Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and I call to order the January 27th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting. Happy New Year, everyone. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I move to enter executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates and to discuss a personnel matter regarding superintendent mid-year evaluation feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We'll now enter executive session. executive session.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn executive session and return to general session.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the January 27th, 2026 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Mr. Pizzuti. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we approve the agenda, I understand there is a request to amend the agenda. May we hear that motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda with the following amendments. Number 1, change item 9.11, policy JICFAA and JICFAA-R, harassment, intimidation, or bullying from first reading to introduction of policy. Number 2, change item 9.12, policy IKAA, tests and examinations from first reading to introduction of policy. And number 3, reorder item 12.02, board legislative update to immediately follow citizens' participation.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Any discussion?
9.11 and 9.12, changing those from first reading to introduction will allow additional time for review and feedback before bringing them back for first reading. And Mrs. McCown needs to leave early this evening, and she's our board legislative delegate.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of approving the agenda with those changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 10 certified recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 10 certified recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 2 administrative staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 2 administrative staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? Ms. Price?
Yes, thank you for those approvals. We also just want to remind everyone that we would like to bring a lot more approvals forward. We do have our employment fair coming up on February the 7th, and we are looking for great certified and support staff members to join our team. So we hope that if you or anyone that you know is interested in joining the Lexington One family, that you will invite them out to come. We have all of our schools will be present that day and looking for staff members to join them. So we look forward to adding a lot more approvals next time.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I have a second from Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. During executive session, we discussed mid-year superintendent evaluation feedback, and no action is necessary at this time. All right. Remember to grab our proof positive, I know I've got one somewhere, proof positive newsletter, which highlights our honorees. This one right here. That newsletter was on the sign-in table as you came in the door. And once we finish, we will give our honorees a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting. Dr. Price, will you please step down front? We have several honorees tonight, so when you hear your name, come and stand with them as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. All right. This is an exciting one. Let's show our team spirit as we recognize Lexington High School varsity cheerleading. How many Wildcat alumni do we have up here? 4 of us. Go Wildcats. Representing the team this evening are senior members of the squad. As I call your name, please come forward. Quinn Florio, Mackenzie Gregg, Kelsey Holmes, Campbell Martin, Abigail Stevens, Addison Stone, and we also invite coaches Murray Cromer, Lee Watson, and Amy Netto to join them. Oh, yes, please, Principal McNair, please come on up and join these lovely cheerleaders and their coaches. In November, Lexington varsity cheerleading once again cheered and stunted their way to a first-place finish at the Class 5A Division I Competitive Cheerleading State Championship, earning an impressive score of 329.5 points. This championship marks the 9th state title for Lexington varsity cheerleading since 1991, a remarkable legacy of excellence. Congratulations to our cheerleaders and coaches. Go Wildcats! Oh, look at
Your dad. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so, Madam Chair, if I could for a minute, for those that don't know, congratulations to Lexington High School for winning another state championship. For those that don't know, cheer has been a part of my life for a long time, as I'm sure it's been a part of Coach Lee Parts sitting back there. But these girls truly are, you can say what you want to about cheerleading, but these girls truly are athletes. I have seen the bruises, I have seen the sprains, I have seen the broken bones. These girls work hard and guys work hard to perfect the sport they do. I would say Lexington District 1 is probably the best cheer district in the state by far. Between our numerous schools, I have to say that, my sister's a cheer coach. But no, seriously, I really do think that this sport is a sport, and I wish it got more recognition than what it gets on the national stage, because these athletes deserve the best, and these coaches, they work hard, and they deserve what they get. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Next, we are proud to recognize Lexington High School student David Powell for an outstanding achievement in student writing. David, please come forward. David earned first place in the 2025 South Carolina Outdoor Press Association Youth Writing Contest, sponsored by South Carolina Wildlife Magazine. His winning entry was selected from students across the state and earned a first-place cash prize, which was presented at the 2025 Scope Conference held in October. In addition to this honor, David's work was featured in the November-December 2025 issue of the South Carolina Wildlife Magazine, giving his writing a statewide audience and highlighting his talent beyond the classroom. Congratulations to David on his impressive writing accomplishment and for representing Lexington 1 with excellence. Oh, this is great. We have a copy also up here. I'll read it tonight. All right, let's see. Oh, great. Here we go. This is awesome, y'all. Next, we want to continue a special recognition that began earlier this school year. In November, during American Education Week, we honored many of our employees who reached significant service milestones, 10, 20, and 30 years of service to Lexington 1. Tonight, we have the opportunity to recognize a few more individuals. Across our schools and departments, we celebrate employees who have reached 10 and 20 years of service. But this evening, we are especially honored to recognize those who have dedicated 30 or more years to Lexington 1. 30 years of service in one district is no small achievement. It represents decades of commitment, care, and consistency, supporting students and families. Oh, I'm going to get emotional. keeping our schools running smoothly, creating welcoming environments, and teaching and mentoring generations of learners. Each of you has played an important role in shaping Lexington One through your daily work and quiet leadership. Thank you for showing up on the easy days and the hard days, and for allowing this district to be such a meaningful part of your professional journey. Your dedication, steadiness, and heart have left a lasting impact on our schools and our community. You are and will always be part of the Lexington One family. At this time, we invite you to please come forward as we call your names. From Alternative Educational Services, Shelley Lewis. And stay up here and we'll get a group picture. From Forts Pond Elementary, Courtney Leapart. Megan, do you want to do individual ones? Okay. We'll do individual ones. Isn't that great about digital photography? You can tell if you blink. All right, next from Lexington Elementary, we have Ginger Hackett and Lee Motley. It's so quiet. We'll clap. So we don't have. From Lexington High, Courtney McInnes. Oh. From River Bluff High, Karen Ray. Miss Ray and I taught together at Lexington High School, and she may or may not have been teaching there when I was a student.
She'll get you back.
I know she will. and she's teaching my son. Isn't that pretty cool? Lots of generations. Okay. And from Transportation, we have Deborah Cook. Thank you all, and congratulations on 30 years of service. Tonight, we honor one of our schools who was recently named a Special Olympics National Unified Champion School. Let's welcome representatives from Rocky Creek Elementary, Principal Michelle Smith, and staff members Paige Bowles, Caroline Lineback, Erin McQuaid, and Sarah Sims. A Special Olympics Unified Champion School has an inclusive school climate and exudes a sense of collaboration, engagement, and respect for all members of the student body and staff. Rocky Creek Elementary has worked hard to create an environment where everyone feels welcomed, valued, and included both in school and in their local community. To be named National Unified Champion School, the school must meet 10 national standards of excellence. Congratulations. All right, Dr. Price, I think you can come back up here. Before I turn it over to Dr. Price to say a few words about Board Appreciation Month, I would like to call your attention to the Ethical Principles poster that the board signs every year. It's on this table by Ms. Flashnick. As a board, we would like to share that with you. So we all have, we're going to read that. As members of the Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees, we pledge our efforts to improve public education in our community and will solemnly try to represent the interests of the entire district when making decisions and to rely on available facts and on our judgment rather than on individuals or special interest groups.
Understand the proper role of the board to set policies governing the district and to hire the chief administrative officer to carry out these policies. Encourage an open exchange of ideas by all board members during the decision-making process.
seek regular communications between the board and students, staff, and all segments of the community, attend board meetings to study issues facing the board and to enact policies and official actions only after full discussion at such meetings.
Work with other board members in a conscientious and courteous manner befitting the public trust placed in the position of a school board trustee. Communicate concerns and public reaction to board policies and school programs to the superintendent and other board members in a professional manner.
Support employment of the persons best qualified for staff positions and to ensure a regular and impartial evaluation of all staff. Avoid conflicts of interests and to refrain from using our board positions for personal or partisan gain.
Encourage recognition of the achievements of students and staff and of the involvement of community residents. Support legislation and funding which will improve the educational opportunities and environment for students and staff. Take no individual action which would compromise the integrity of the board or administration, and to respect the confidentiality of of information that is privileged under the Freedom of Information Act.
Study current educational issues and participate in training programs such as those offered through the South Carolina School Boards Association, and make our district's educational setting the best possible to encourage all students to achieve and to love learning.
Dr. Price, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And ladies and gentlemen of the board, I just want to begin by saying thank you. That running for public office, committing to community service is a very rewarding task, but it's also can be difficult at times. There are so many things that we get to celebrate throughout the year, but there are also many challenges that we all have to work collaboratively together to overcome and to address. And it's not always easy work. And I just want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate you for answering the call to help serve this wonderful district. Now, each January, Lexington One joins school districts across South Carolina and the nation in celebrating School Board Recognition Month. Through a formal proclamation, Governor Henry McMaster encourages all South Carolinians to recognize the vital role local school boards play in the academic success of public school students across our state. Tonight, we extend our sincere appreciation to our 7 Board of Trustees members for their leadership, service, and steadfast commitment to helping Lexington One students learn, grow, and excel. Your work, often behind the scenes, has a lasting impact on classrooms, schools, and the entire community. To honor you this evening, we have a special tribute. Our past 3 District Teachers of the Year have shared their reflections on the role of the board and the difference your leadership makes in their work and in the lives of our students. Let's take a moment to watch.
As the Lexington One Teachers of the Year for the past 3 years, we're honored to come together to say thank you during Board Appreciation Month.
Every day in our classrooms, we focus on helping students grow, not just academically, but as thinkers, collaborators, and contributors to our community.
That work is guided by our Lexington One Graduate Profile, a shared commitment to preparing students for college, careers, military, and life.
What many don't always see is the work that happens beyond the classroom walls.
Serving on a school board takes time, commitment, and a deep belief in public education, from evenings spent in meetings to thoughtful conversations about what's best for students.
During the 2024-2025 school year alone, you came together for 20 board meetings and workshops, dedicating countless hours to discussion, planning, and decision-making.
In that time, you've approved hundreds of action items, from policies and calendars to budgets, staffing, and programs, each one shaping the learning experiences of more than 26,000 students across Lexington One.
You also showed your commitment to employees through meaningful investment, approving and raising the starting teacher salary to $52,000, providing fair, consistent pay increases across all steps, and recognizing employee experience and dedication.
These decisions send a clear message that employees are supported, schools are strengthened, and students are given opportunities to learn, grow, and excel.
Your leadership turns our graduate profile from a vision into reality, creating classrooms where curiosity is encouraged, resilience is built, and opportunities exist to learn, grow, and excel every day.
Thank you for your service, your leadership,
and your dedication to our students. Happy Board Appreciation Month.
Well, on behalf of the board, thank you to those 3 teachers in the district because y'all do the heavy lifting every day. If you are here for not citizens participation, for honors and achievements, and you need to slip out, you can go ahead and quietly slip out at this time, and then we'll continue on with our meeting. But thank you for being here. Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees solicits advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during board meetings. If you are unable to attend this evening or uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the Lexington District 1 website. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room, and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after she finishes. We have Crystal Baker.
not because the path is easy, but because they are supported by families, teachers, and communities that believe in them. So yes, let's continue to advocate for balance. Let's ask questions. Let's work together to ensure testing serves our children, not overwhelms them. But let's also celebrate them. Because at the end of the day, our children are more than just scores on a page. They are thinkers, creators, leaders, and they are still achieving each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Baker. I need to turn my microphone on. Thank you, Ms. Baker. We will now move on to our legislative update from Ms. McCown.
Thank you. These are some high-level legislative and budget updates, key impacts for Lexington 1, and I could have been here for at least 30 minutes talking about all the things that are going on, but because most of them are just proposed, I figured I would narrow it down to the 4 things that I felt were interesting enough to share at this point. The governor has proposed a statewide funding raise, the teacher salary to $50,500, and increases all steps on the salary schedule by $2,000. So as we all know, we pay our teachers more than that already, but that number sometimes can be misunderstood, so I just thought it would be good to talk about that. Full day 4K expansion, increased access for eligible students, families up to 300% of the federal property level, including private providers. So the district impact, this expansion would increase the number of students Lexington 1 could serve in 4K. Universal free breakfast. They are proposing that all students be eligible for free breakfast regardless of income. And then lastly, the state aid to classrooms review. So ongoing legislative review of students' weightings and funding distribution, including charter versus district equity concerns. And I know we're all excited to hear more about that. So back to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCown. We are going to move on to item 9.1, Key Performance Indicators Update. And Dr. Price, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening again, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As the presentation is being pulled up, first let me say, do not panic. I know that this slide deck is 44 slides long. I will not be going over all 44. As promised, we have some data that we committed to delivering for you. So it is there for your review. But instead of going through the slides, this time I've invited some special guests to come and talk about the story behind the numbers. That some of these things are really impactful for us, but it's the people who make the difference. And so in tonight's update, you're going to see all of these things that, and January was a heavy data update month for us as far as KPIs go. But with assistant principals, we've invited 2 principals to come in and talk about what the impact of the additional assistant principals have meant for their campus. In addition to that, later on in our program, we're going to have an update on middle school academic interventionists. At that time, Dr. Gillespie is going to be covering the KPIs for that area. In addition, Dr. Phillips is going to be introducing some updates on our winter testing data and school work plan goals. Those were also mentioned in our KPIs that we would give an update on, and he will touch on those during his report later on in the agenda. And then finally, our last guest speaker for this session is Dr. Nicole Adams, who's going to give you the story behind the numbers with our special ed academic coach and behavior coach. So I'm going to zip through a couple of slides to get to Mr. Deo, who's going to be our first presenter, and he's going to talk about his additional assistant principal at Gilbert Elementary School. Mr. Deo, thank you for being here.
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow board members, and Dr. Price. I'm And I know when I came in, Miss Mitchell looked at me and she said, remember, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. So I know, so we're going to follow what Dr. Price shared. But I want you to get an understanding of just how important it has been at Gilbert Elementary School this year, and the progress we're making and the progress that we want to continue to make as we move forward. So some of the big takeaways. So when this first came up, the pilot to me wasn't a program. It wasn't just about adding a title. It was about expanding our capacity to be proactive rather than reactive. So we started by balancing our workloads. We had a high number of discipline, high number of students with IEPs, and so we wanted to make sure that we could free up our leadership team and focus on our instructional and climate goals, which we have been able to do. When administrators are out of office, you can see on the next slide. There we go. It is very difficult to get things done and be in classrooms. If you're in the meetings nonstop, whether it be an IEP meeting, discipline meeting, parent meeting, whatever type of meeting, yes, that all comes with the territory, but we also this was able to then translate for us much more impactful in the classroom. So now we have the capacity to monitor progress closely, and we are seeing that growth. So on this slide, real quick, what you see right here is our iReady reading projection. We're at 135% growth for ELA and 100% for math. So we are moving in the right direction, and all of this has been based on us having more time in classroom with instruction, supporting instruction. And it's not just going in and doing, you're thinking in your head observations, or we're just going through and looking for checklists. We're looking for ways that we can support the teachers and the students when we're in there. And if you look to the next slide, this was a big one. So observations last year when we had 3 administrators total and the same amount of IEPs, actually our IEPs have increased this year. So the amount of IEPs, we went from about 87 observations at this time of the year to almost 270 observations this time of the year. So this year. So we are spending a lot of time in classrooms making sure that we are there to support, again, not gotchas, but how can we support the instruction and what's going on. And one thing, providing that instant and constructive feedback creates a strong partnership and bond with our teachers and our support staff. And when we do that, an important quote that somebody once told me said, I want you to think of a student like a flower. When that flower is not growing, you don't ignore it and plant a new one. You change the environment, like the soil, the fertilizer, the water, et cetera. Well, that frequent feedback that we're giving to teachers about teaching practices then changes what they're doing in the classroom, or even enhances what they're doing in the classroom to then make sure that that student is growing like said flower. Again, support is the key word, and we just are really working through the opportunity to be in classrooms, and also we're being able to pilot the district walkthrough tool also, which is tied into the grad profile. So we're looking at those competencies. We're looking at everything about it to try to build it into, because the students now are the future when they go to the middle school and the high school. And we got to set that base. So if we're setting the base for graduate profile or thinking about graduating, we've got to lay that foundation strong now. So this is a good way for us to do that. Attendance, this has been a big one for us, really big. We tried, in the past, we've had ideas, we've tried different things, but time got in the way, and not only time, but lack of manpower. But now having an additional person, we've really focused on school-wide goals and classroom goals. So you can see on the chart right there, our average daily attendance is at 94.5, just a tad below the district average is 95. We've set for our school this year 96, so we're shooting to get there. But the most important part for us that we've worked really, really hard on since August is our chronic absenteeism. And those are students that miss 18 days or more for the school year, and how can we find out what barriers are in place, and then what can we do to get them in the building. Again, we're not going out after gotchas for parents, but we know there's probably barriers in place. What are they? Let's figure out what they are and how we can support them and get them in the classroom. And then so doing that, I wanted to talk about, we do fun things like we do popcorn. Each classroom gets a sheet with the word attendance on it. So every time a classroom gets perfect attendance, they color in their letter. So we get to 10. We first did it early on. We're like, we're not sure how long this is going to take. Well, we've gone through popcorn. Now we have lunch in the courtyard is the next one. We've got ice cream. We're going to have down the road, we talked about having a gaga ball pit competition. So all these different things. But again, what is that doing? It's making kids want to come to school. It's doing things that kids would want to enjoy. Yes, I know the young lady just spoke about grades, but we can get to the grade part, but we got to get them there first and get them to want to be in school and enjoy school, and then we can make even better things happen. And I think a big takeaway from the attendance is that we've shifted again from reacting to absences to celebrating presence. And that is one of our main goals. All right. Now, just a snapshot. So this was a very difficult student. Now, again, you think elementary school, they don't drive the school. So, it's up to the parents. So we work, again, hand in hand with parents. But this is one, we have lots of student A's up here. But student A, early on, had 15 absences right off the bat. And this is kindergarten, okay? Instrumental for their growth. And they had 17 tardies. And these tardies weren't 7:33, 7:35. They were 8:30, 9:30, 10, 10:30, 11. You see the picture. So then we had an intervention. We created a designated team for the school. And then with this team, then the students started coming to school and hasn't missed but 4 days since, and those were all medical excuses. So they weren't just haphazardly missing school. We've done home visits, all the things that it takes that we didn't have time before to do that we did last year, that we do now. And you can see how much this little person went from struggling because they weren't here, not because they couldn't do it. They just weren't there for the instruction. One unintended consequence I didn't even think of was how much of a role our Ms. Mitchell's giving me the eye. I'm wrapping it up. Is the effect on our school counselors. School counselors are really, really, obviously very important. And in the mix of things, they get pulled sometimes to help with a discipline issue or upset parent or whatnot. Now, you can see on this slide, the increases are outstanding, where they're able to do 110% increase in their small group sessions, and these could be for grief, trauma, divorce, family, all the different things that they're able to do. 51% decrease in crisis responses and a 46% decrease in behavioral referrals. Again, these next couple are there for your review. We're able to knock out time, spend on minutes in meetings, and we are getting in classrooms in the hallway. So I want to just kind of skip right here. So the biggest impact on students and staff, basically, I mean, if you read through each one of these, it's working. And I say that just not because I want you to hear that, but because it truly is working. We spent a lot of time and effort putting this together. Thank you for the opportunity to do this. Now, this is just the mid-year point, so we know we just got to rock it even further until the end of the school year, but just know that we're moving in the right direction because everybody on that board gave us an opportunity to try this out. So we're thankful for that, and we're going to keep moving our staff and students at Gilbert Elementary School. So thank you. Sorry about my time.
Thank you, Mr. Deo. Next up is to share the perspective from the high school assistant principal edition, and this is Ms. Jennifer McNair from Lexington High. Ms. McNair.
I don't know how to work the clicker. The top? Just the side. So, fun fact, I don't ever use a clicker. So, we're going to...
There we go.
But I did do some slides. Again, good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Price, and members of the Lexington 1 School Board. As he said, I'm Jennifer McNair, principal at Lexington High School. And I am here tonight to speak beyond the numbers about the success of our recent resource allocation, the investment in an additional assistant principal for our high schools. My focus will center on 3 key areas: school safety and climate, measurable results in behavior, and the instructional leadership opportunities that we now have. The addition to our and other administrative teams provides a deeper layer of administrative capacity, which has proven to be a highly effective allocation of resources. For us at Lexington High School, this expanded team has significantly enhanced our ability to execute a rapid crisis response. Now, when multiple administrators quickly respond to an urgent incident, we can ensure an immediate and secure environment for staff and students, and also allow other school operations to continue uninterrupted. This improvement has successfully strengthened community trust. We have received direct, unsolicited confirmation from parents expressing gratitude for the immediate and effective resolution of sensitive issues, a clear indicator of sustained parent trust. And in addition to this, our staff have also noted the administration's swift action on school-wide compliance matters, which has resulted in a greater opportunity for staff confidence. The impact on our ability to address student behavior is substantial and quantifiable. Increased administrative presence has led to a significant decline in major instances. For us, compared to the same period last year, we have recorded 34 fewer major incidents. With an additional administrator on our team, we have established a consistent rhythm where referrals for high-frequency issues like cell phones and tardies are met with immediate on-time consequences. This quicker response time has allowed two things to occur. First, the escalation of behaviors has reduced, and more importantly, the connection to students has increased. And I want to point out a special note, with the additional staff across the board, administrators have had the opportunity to work with AES in a little more defined role. And I believe the benefit of that and our ability to go visit our students and collaborate with them, it has built a positive interaction and allowed students to maintain that connection to their home school when they return. And I got a little bit of statistics for you. We've had 77, not Lexington High School, but in our district, 77 students have returned to their home schools. Less than 10 referrals have occurred since those returns. And 94% of those students are passing all of their current classes. So I think that's a remarkable statement that connection has allowed for us. This streamlining and subsequent reduction in major incidents has produced significant return on investment in time. We estimate at Lexington High School the reduction in hearings, documentation, and follow-up meetings has saved our existing administrative team approximately 200 hours of critical time, redirecting valuable resources back into the core school function. The most powerful long-term benefit is the ability of our administrative team to effectively reclaim our role as instructional leaders. Our administrators are now spending significantly more time in the classrooms, delivering targeted instructional feedback, and engaging in high-level professional conversations. This shift has ensured that our focus is proactive, moving beyond reactive discipline to concentrate on instructional excellence across Lexington High School, and I'm confident this is the case in our other high schools as well. Oh, click, click, click. Sorry about that. As Dr. Price included in your packet all the many, many slides, there's a lot of data to confirm in the investment in the additional administrators. I had one additional slide which I did not get in there quick enough, but really it was a compilation of quotes and anecdotal data from various people at Lexington High School. Beyond the numbers, the addition of an administrator has added a layer of professional knowledge and collaboration at our school. Our district mission is to guide all students to learn, grow, and excel. With the increase in our administrative team, we are also able to learn, grow, and excel as Lexington One leaders. We appreciate it, and we will continue to use this resource wisely.
Thank you, Ms. McNair. I appreciate that. And at this point, we're going to jump ahead a few slides as Dr. Adams makes her way to the podium, and we will get the story. As I'm passing through this one, the academic interventionist will be coming in a presentation coming up soon. And we want to get to our special ed, academic, and behavioral coaches. So Dr. Adams, I turn it over to you.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening. In Lexington One, we are committed to empowering every child, but we must acknowledge that the environment our special education teachers are working in today is incredibly demanding. We are seeing larger class sizes and a higher intensity of student needs than ever before. To keep our teachers from burning out, we have to provide them more than just a curriculum. We need to provide them a lifeline. This slide represents the workhorse slide of our academic support. We currently have 3 academic coaches, one position that has been in existence since before I came in 2022, a position specifically funded through ATSI federal funds, and one that was added this last year. This semester alone, our academic coaches had delivered 201 professional learning sessions and completed 281 coaching cycles. These aren't extra meetings, they are targeted shoulder-to-shoulder sessions designed to help teachers manage the heavy load of individualized instruction without feeling like they are on an island. I want to draw your attention to a specific strategy called data-based individualization, or DBI. About a year ago, I stood before the board to discuss our DBI pilot in additional targeted support and improvement, or ATSI, schools. Those identified by a federal regulation as needing more help for specific subgroups. We saw incredible results then, including statistically significant gains in math scores. Tonight, I want to share the ultimate proof of concept. Of the 11 schools designated as ATSI for students with disabilities in the last cycle, 8 have successfully moved off that list in the current cycle. We've been able to scale that success by using our coaches to increase the number of special education teachers using DBI from 36% to 59%. We have also seen the uses of Easy CBM, which is an indicator of using DBI. This means our teachers are spending less time guessing why a student is struggling and more time using clear data to pivot instruction. It makes their work manageable, and more importantly, it makes it effective. And coaches help them learn and sustain that DBI process. While the federal ATSI funds allowed us to prove this model, the funding is by nature temporary and uncertain. We cannot afford to let the progress of our students or the stability of our teachers be tied to the unpredictability of federal grants. To keep our momentum and ensure that the 59% of teachers currently using DBI keep their current level of fidelity and continue to grow towards 100% of our teachers using DBI, and to support the sustained success of the 8 schools that have moved off the ATSI list, all 3 of these coaches' positions are essential. We have transitioned from a trial phase to an essential phase with this support. Now, while academic growth is our goal, it's only possible if the classroom is stable. The level of behavioral disruption our teachers are currently managing is unprecedented. This is where our behavior coaches are most critical. Our model is job embedded, and our coaches spend 53% of their time modeling, physically stepping into the classroom to demonstrate de-escalation techniques one-to-one with the teacher. They aren't just giving advice, they are doing the work alongside the teacher. Behavior coaches delivered 145 coaching sessions. Our teachers are asking for help, and while the work is making a difference, we are currently only able to reach a fraction of the actual need. We cannot address teacher burnout if we cannot support teachers with coaches who can team with them. Even with our limited staff, the data shows that with coaching, the classroom changes. We are currently progressing towards our goal of increasing the percentage of students who have teachers who have worked with a behavior coach meeting their behavioral IEP goals by 15%. But the most important metric on this slide is teacher efficacy, so the ability to produce a desired or intended result. At the start of a behavior coaching cycle, only 12% of teachers felt they had the tools to manage their specific behavioral challenges. After working with the coach, that number increased to 66%. We don't claim that coaching is a magic wand. The classrooms are still full and the work is still hard, but moving a teacher's confidence from 12% to 66% is the difference between an educator who stays in the profession and one who leaves. By investing in more coaches, we are telling our staff, we see the weight you are carrying and we are sending the help you need to keep going. Thank you for your time and support of special education.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Now, you've got the full report in your packet, and I or Mr. Deo, Ms. McNair, or Dr. Adams will be happy to answer any questions that you may have for the KPI update.
Or do you have questions? Just quick clarification, talking about the coaching sessions for special education, is that coaching in general ed classes that have special ed children in them, or specifically in special ed classrooms?
All of the above. After every cycle with anyone, our coaches report out. We collected a lot of data in special ed. It was 43 regular educators, 27
administrators, and the rest were all special education teachers.
Thank you. Just a very brief comment. I just want to say thank you to all three of you for coming and painting the picture for the impact that these things are having. And the thing that I love most is seeing your passion and excitement for the work you're doing. So thank you.
All right, Dr. Price. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to our, and thank you also to you principals who came tonight. We are going to move on to our mid-year formative assessment report with Dr. Shane Phillips. Oh, you're already there. Look at you.
I'm quick. Madam Chair, Dr. Price, board members, tonight it's my pleasure to present to you an update on our mid-year growth and achievement and a brief snapshot of where we stand on our school work plan goals. So we'll start with iReady, our winter iReady data. Just as a reminder, iReady is given 3 times each year, partly to comply with state law that says we have to give an interim assessment 3 times a year, but more importantly, as a temperature check and tool for teachers that help us to monitor our students' growth and achievement. At the school level, the data from these assessments are used to make and adjust instructional decisions based on individual student needs. And at the district level, these results are used to monitor work plan goals and identify curriculum and professional learning needs. So let's kind of take a look at where we stand sort of globally with growth and achievement. On this chart, you can see that it's divided into quadrants. And our dividing lines are at the 50th percentile here and the 50th percentile here. All right, and this is the average percent of typical growth achieved at this point in the year, and this is the average percentile, or excuse me, the median percentile of achievement. And so anything to the right of this vertical line, on or to the right of that vertical line, is considered high achievement for this point in the year. And anything above this line or on this line is considered high growth for this point in the year. And as you'll notice here, we have nothing below this line. This is for reading. So all our schools are growing at a high rate, which we're really happy about. And a majority of our students are over here on the right-hand side of this, in this upper right-hand quadrant, showing high growth and high achievement. So overall, we have 18 schools in this upper right-hand quadrant demonstrating both high growth and high achievement, but 100% of our schools are above the line showing high growth in reading. If we look at this by grade, you can see that by grade, we are 100% in the upper right-hand quadrant. So each grade in our district, K through 8, is showing both high growth and high achievement overall in reading. It should be noted that 6th and 7th grade are at the very top of this. All right, in math, we look at it by
Dr.
school.
Phillips, I am so sorry to interrupt you.
What did I do?
No.
Oh.
You have done nothing wrong, but
Do I need to go back?
yes.
Did that one?
Am I the only one that needs more? Okay, I'm not understanding.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, so what we're looking at here is these dots represent the median student in that grade, the middle kid,
Okay, so each dot
is a grade level
is a grade level
in the
at-
district.
across the district. So there's
Correct. So let's take this one right here.
Okay,
This is
8th grade
sixth grade.
levels. Got it. Okay.
That's
Okay.
6th grade. So 6th grade has demonstrated, the middle kid in 6th grade has demonstrated 100% of their typical growth at mid-year. All right, that means half of the kids are at or above 100% of their typical growth target already this point in the year.
Okay.
All right, and they're at, what is that, about the 55th percentile. So the middle kid is at the 55th percentile of achievement, okay? which means they're as good as or better than nationally 55% of the kids. All right? So that means half of sixth graders are as good as or better than the 55th percentile. Okay? And so if we look at this, we aggregate that all up into for the grades. And so we see, for example, 6th and 7th grade are high growth. They're above the 50th or 50% of typical growth. Okay? And they're to the right of this line, which is the 50th national percentile. So that makes them high growth and high achievement. Does that make sense?
It does. It was just interesting to use the median.
Well, so when you're dealing with percentiles, you can't average them. You have to use the median. It's just a weird statistical voodoo thing, but you're not allowed to. It's heresy. So yeah, you're not allowed to average percentiles. So when we talk about that, it's essentially just looking at that middle kid. Okay. And knowing that half of them are better than that and half of them are worse than that. So, you know, for sixth grade, I think this is a really good example, in seventh grade both, because they're at the same place. At the midpoint in the year, the middle kid has already reached their typical growth target. All right? And so that means half of those kids are at least have fully reached their typical growth target, if not surpassed it. So that's sort of the impact of that median. You can look at how those half look. Does that make sense?
It
okay.
Does.
All right.
But doesn't that also mean that half have not?
Yes, it does. And it doesn't also indicate how close that other half are.
That's the spread.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
Correct. That's correct. Does that answer your question, Mr. Pizzuti?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I get the point we're trying to make is this is the median kid. It looks great, but there's a lot of kids behind that median that we don't need to forget about either.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, yeah, and they still have half the year to go, right? So we're only at the midpoint. So I think that's, at this point in time, just to put it into context, we expect kids to be at least 50% of the way to their median target, or to their typical growth target. And that's this line. And all the grade levels, the middle kid, again, some measure of central tendency, they're all above that line. Okay, so whether we were to use, if it were appropriate, the average or the median, we're still looking at some sort of central measure of those kids. Y'all ready for me to move on to math? Okay, y'all just let me know. All right, so this is math. And again, we're looking at the same thing, the 50% of the way to typical growth and the 50th percentile of achievement, all right? And you can see these are a little more distributed across or up and down here. We have one school that is slightly below the line on growth, but every other school is either at or above the line on growth. We're a little closer here in math, but we do still have 16 schools that are in this quadrant here, which is high growth and high achievement. When we look by grade, all grades except for one, fourth grade, right here, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, are in that upper right-hand quadrant, with kindergarten really showing off up there in the top. All right. So we'll get into a little bit more detail here. So when we compare our performance for the district to national and state benchmarks, this is reading. The district outperforms both the state and the nation in this is placement of students who are below grade level. That's the red. We want that to be shorter than these. And on or above grade level, which is the green, which we want these to be taller than these. And so you can see that in reading, we're outperforming on both ends of the spectrum here. We're making sure that far more kids than represented in the state and nation are at or above grade level at this point in the year. And then when we look at this comparatively within the district, from winter to winter, compared to previous years, you can see, you would like to see these red marks get smaller and these green marks to get bigger over time, and that's what we're seeing. So compared to last year and the year before at winter, more kids are scoring at or above grade level and fewer kids are scoring below grade level. All right, we see a similar pattern in math. Again, this is the national norm, the national year to date, and the district benchmarks. And you can see that in all instances, we are outperforming them in math as well. And then when we look year over year, again, we're seeing decreases in the numbers of kids or the percentages of kids scoring below grade level and increases in the kids scoring at or above grade level. All right, now if we look at how students are progressing toward that typical and stretch growth by grade, to give you a little bit more information, what we're looking at is the percent of students who have met half of that typical growth. So that gets a little bit closer into what y'all were discussing earlier, that spread. But as you can see here, what we would expect, we expect, you know, in a perfect world, everybody to be at least half of the way to a year's worth of growth, okay? We know there are lots of things that can get in the way of that. And then this down here is the percent of students who have met half of their stretch growth target. Now, it's important to note that only about 30%, 25 to 30% of kids nationwide meet that stretch growth target by the end of the year, all right? So seeing that we have 54%, 50%, 45% of kids who are already halfway there at the midpoint of the year, that's really encouraging. And then if we look up here at the typical growth, these are all well above 50% of kids who are what we would consider to be on track for meeting those targets by the end of the year.
Madam Chair, may I ask a potentially ignorant question? But typical growth, stretch growth, is that individualized to the student?
Yes,
by
is.
whom?
It's individualized by iReady based on their fall score. So they look at that fall score and they say, okay, kids across the nation who score this in the fall, typically, given a year's worth of instruction, grow this much, all right? And so if that's 10 points, for example, then right now we would expect them to have made at least 5.
Thank you.
And stretch growth is that which is going, that amount of growth that's going to take them further up the curve than they already would be. All right, so that's math. I skipped over math. There's math, sorry. So when we look at math, we can see even, especially at these lower grades, even greater typical growth percentages here. What I did want to point out is fourth grade. We saw earlier that fourth grade was at the low end of those quadrants. It was that one grade level that was down in that bottom right quadrant. So with regard to these goals, it's important to understand the scope and sequence of particularly math. So it's hard to judge if a student's going to be on track by the end of the year sometimes, because in math they're always getting introduced to new concepts throughout the year. And in particular, I want to point out in fourth grade, in third grade, they learn about fractions, for example, as numbers, okay, as an entity. but then in fourth grade, they start to conduct operations with fractions, and that doesn't happen until the spring. And so iReady is an adaptive test that sort of covers everything comprehensively each time you give it. And so often in math, if there's a big shift like that, it's at wintertime, if that has not been covered, it's not really representative of how much they've grown sometimes with regard to those new concepts. So I just wanted to point that out. All right. Now, a quick brief update on our mid-year work plan progress. A lot of our work plan goals are based off of these iReady scores. And so I kind of boiled this down to the percent of schools who are on track to meet their work plan goal. Obviously, at the middle of the year, we wouldn't have expected everybody to have met that end-of-year goal at this point. But in math, for overall math progress, 100% of our schools are on track or ahead of schedule for meeting that end-of-year goal, and with reading as well, 100%. This is for elementary schools. And then we also separated out high performers on this because in the past we've seen lower growth with our high-performing students, right? We get the high achievement from them, but the growth is not what we might have expected, and we've acknowledged some difficulties in growing those high-level students within the curriculum that we're offering to them. And so what we have done is kind of tweak the goal to look at how we're measuring progress for those kids. And at this point in time, about half of our schools are on track or ahead of schedule for their math high performers, and about 94% are on track or ahead of schedule for reading for those kids. In middle school, looking at the same things, in math, 88% of schools are on track or ahead of schedule for math overall progress, and 100% are on track or ahead of schedule for reading. For the high performers, 75% of schools are on track or ahead of schedule for math high performers, and 50% for those reading high performers. At high school, much of our work plan goal is based on end of course scores, which are of course for the fall are still embargoed and preliminary. However, a big indicator of our success on those work plans is the percent of students on track to graduate. And at this point, an estimated 93% of diploma track students are on track for promotion or on-time graduation. All right, I'll be happy to answer any more questions you guys have.
Board, do you have any questions at this time?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Now, Dr. Gaskins, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce our next speaker for the middle school academic interventions.
Thank you. So just as a reminder for our academic features this year, we are featuring programs that are state-required programs that we're really proud of how we implement here in Lexington 1. Tonight we are going to have Dr. Chris Gillespie walk through an overview of our middle school academic intervention program, and she has with her some folks from Carolina Springs Middle School, which we're really glad to celebrate the work of tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Price, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes. I hope that this changes to our slides. Look at that. To share with you about middle school multi-tiered systems of support. I'm going to start with an overview. I'm also going to give you of MTSS. I'm also going to give you an update on those key performance indicators. And then Dr. Patrice Green, principal at Carolina Springs Middle School, and Ms. Jessica Chandler, who serves as our lead interventionist, will share a spotlight on the work at their school. Okay? So to start, MTSS is a system of support. It's system-level framework that is designed for regular and ongoing data review and responsive instruction. MTSS functions like a school-wide safety net, and it looks beyond just academic performance, but also students' behavioral health, as well as their engagement in school. This evening, we are specifically going to talk about that bottom right circle that says academic RTI, specifically in middle school. Our work in MTSS is guided by South Carolina's Act 213, which mandates that we implement this evidence-based system to ensure that every student receives exactly the supports that they need. In terms of our academic RTI program in Lexington 1, you will see on this slide that it really is designed to be wide-reaching. It begins in the general education classroom, and it extends through collaborative problem-solving within our school-based student support teams. This system of support is designed as a series of steps. So you can see on the top right corner, tier 1, 2, or 3, and down the left-hand side, that description, you can see there is an additional layer of support at each tier. So to identify students who really require this support, my timing is perfect following Dr. Phillips because we utilize the iReady benchmark assessment as our initial screener. That's our universal screener. And we also consider that alongside state assessment data, classroom performance data, and also direct teacher referrals. In terms of our service delivery and intervention, our classroom teachers and our teaching interventionists really work together to provide students this support in math and in ELA. It's a very flexible model. It includes push-in support, and that looks like a teaching interventionist coming into a classroom alongside a classroom teacher to provide direct intervention. It could also look like direct intervention in dedicated time in an exploratory or an encore class. As students move through their intervention journey, regardless of that model, we are monitoring their progress very closely. Support can decrease as they grow, or it could intensify if they show us they need more support. Regardless, we are watching and responding to the level of support that students show us they need. Our RTI program in Lex 1 is founded on these 4 organizational pillars that you see here. We ensure that our interventionists are instructional experts in evidence-based strategies and data analysis. They attend regular professional learning. They have access to all the tools that they need to provide responsive instruction. We have also established a very clear system of procedures and structured team meetings to regularly review students' individual progress in response to intervention so that we can make those timely adjustments right in the moment of need. And the implementation and sustainability of MTSS in our district is based on the collective commitment of multiple stakeholders in our schools who have really worked to create a responsive culture to support students as they grow. To give you a little context as well, our RTI model has clear connections to our district's strategic plan. That's very small up there, so I'll point you to goal 1.2. There's a connection there because RTI allows us to be truly responsive. It ensures that our curriculum is not delivered in a one-size-fits-all model. Instead, we are able to adjust and meet students exactly with what they need. In 1.3, the universal screeners that we use and the progress monitoring assessment tools we use provide clear and specific feedback to students, their families, teachers, that really let everyone know exactly where a student is performing along the way and what the next steps are that they need to move forward. And in 1.4, MTSS supports our effort to provide students full access to our instructional programming. Through tiered supports, we ensure that no matter where they start, they have access to the instructional program we provide. The next slide, this is a quick snapshot for your reference of the number of students that we are currently serving in our middle schools. You can see across the top, reading or math, and the tier level, tier 2 or 3. In total, we're serving about 765 students across our middle schools. These numbers are based on December counts, just for reference, so they could be a little different today, but relatively speaking, that represents our program right now. And our KPIs. Okay, so to ensure that our efforts lead to tangible results, you know that we have established 3 key performance indicators to measure both the health of our system and the student success of all of our RTI students. We are tracking these KPIs in 4 schools where we have strategically doubled intervention support to broaden our reach where the need is greatest. So Carolina Springs Middle, Gilbert Middle, Hillian Middle, and White Knoll Middle. We monitor the success of the MTSS process by tracking 2 metrics. The first focuses on each school's implementation of a formal structure for regular MTSS meetings. The second metric focuses on student movement within the system, specifically monitoring the percentage of students who are moving down in a tier or fully exiting the tiered system. And finally, we are monitoring students' academic performance by tracking the percentage of students who meet their individualized intervention goal. And for us in intervention, each student's goal is set at 60% of the individual student's stretch growth goal. So it's 60% of the stretch growth goal based on the fall benchmark score using iReady. Okay, so this is what the data looks like at mid-year for those 4 schools. As shown, the MTSS review process is fully operational across all sites, with just over 40 collaborative meetings, student support meetings being held to date. In the column labeled percent meeting goals, you can see the amount of students served in intervention who are already meeting their specific intervention growth goal at mid-year. And as a result of that performance, you can see in the last column on the right, students who are moving down or exiting the program as shown in the last column there. For a mid-year mark, this is what we want to see. This is tracking in the right direction. It shows that our process to identify students is working. Our interventionists, specifically in these 4 schools, as well as the other 4, are really providing the support that students need. And we are seeing, based on that, that there are students who are showing that they are ready to return to core instruction without these additional layers of support. And so at mid-year, it looks like this. I'm very hopeful for what it looks like at the end of the year, since we are already tracking in this way. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Green, and she's going to share about Carolina Springs. Let me go behind you.
Alrighty. Good evening. My name is Dr. Patrice Green. I am the proud principal of Carolina Springs Middle School. I will start off by just talking to you a little bit about the system and the structure that we've put into place here, and then I will turn it over to my lead interventionist, Ms. Jessica Chandler, to talk about some of our areas of our growth areas. Our system, well, first off, our mission is the same as the district's mission. We worked on that last school year, and we settled on we have to be in line with the district, and in order to be in line with the district, our mission is to guide all students to learn, grow, and excel. After we worked on our vision and our mission statements, we then began to put our systems and our structures into place, starting off with our student support teams. At CSMS, our student support teams meet weekly. We focus on key areas that were identified by our teachers and our staff: academics, behavior, attendance, and counseling. In our student support team weekly meeting, you will find our assistant principals and our lead interventionists lead every meeting. Additionally, you will find our MLP teacher, our school psychologist, our social worker, and our counselor. Every now and again, we will have case managers for students that may have identified additional areas that they would like us to test students on to make sure we are meeting them where they are in terms of their goals for their academics or their behavior. An academic referral can be submitted by staff, families, and through our district dashboard, which Ms. Chandler is typically a leader on the dashboard because she reviews our dashboard pretty regularly to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. In my weekly message to my parents, I talk about how to get in touch with your student support team. Who are your members of your student support team? And we'll frequently get emails from our parents that has everybody that's listed under that student support team, and they are saying, how can you help us support our students? Again, those meetings take place weekly. And then we support our students through targeted interventions during our advocacy or SLT time. For academics, that takes place on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And I would invite anyone to come and see our rotations that take place during that time. They are beautiful. And the students go to whatever their targeted location is for instruction during that time. We additionally have Husky time, where students in that morning, which is that SLT time, can receive support. My lead interventionist, Ms. Chandler, runs Husky Lunch, and that's when students can go to one of the science labs and get help on any content-specific. Right now, we need help with math, English, any of those type of supports. She even teaches biology and sometimes music and all of the things down there. And then our intervention team provides services through either a pull-out co-teaching model or through their exploratory classes. And then I think last but certainly not least, we have put an incentive plan in place where we celebrate our students at the interim and we celebrate our students again at the end of the quarter, because your hard work should not go unnoticed and you should be celebrated. Follow us on our social media. We like to celebrate our kids. I will turn it over to Ms. Chandler, my lead interventionist at this time.
Biology is not my forte in middle school.
Science, sorry. Y'all know I'm coming from high school. Once upon a life.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Chandler, the lead interventionist at Carolina Springs Middle School, and I'd like to briefly highlight academic progress for a targeted group of students at Carolina Springs Middle School. This data focuses on students receiving Tier 2 and Tier 3 academic support, specifically those who entered the year 2 or more grade levels below based on the fall iReady benchmark. As you look at this slide, you'll see the number of students served in reading and math across Tier 2 and Tier 3 from fall to spring. In Tier 2, the number of students served decreased slightly in both content areas, which indicates students are responding to targeted instruction and no longer require the same level of support. In Tier 3, the decrease is more significant, particularly in reading. This reflects intentional movement, students making progress and either moving to a less intensive tier or exiting intervention altogether. On this slide, we see the outcomes of that support. In both reading and math, a strong number of students met their winter iReady RTI goals, and many either moved down a tier or exited intervention services. This shows our intervention system is functioning as designed. Students are regularly monitored, and placement decisions are driven by data and growth, not by time spent in a program. Finally, this slide summarizes overall growth. For this group of students who began the year with significant academic gaps, we saw a 21% improvement in reading and a 22% improvement in math from fall to winter. These gains represent meaningful progress in a short time frame and reflect the impact of targeted instruction and consistent progress monitoring. In summary, this data demonstrates that students with the greatest needs are making measurable progress. Our intervention systems are effective, and we are moving students closer to grade level expectations. We will continue to build on this momentum as we refine instruction and supports moving forward. Thank you so much for allowing us to share.
Are there any questions?
Board, Mr. Rice?
Yes, I have a question. So you mentioned, I think it was Dr. Green mentioned that there were 4 domains where you're identifying students that need intervention: academics, behavior, attendance, and counseling. I understand the academics, the behavior, attendance, but I guess is the counseling to handle issues outside the school that affect the student, or what would that counseling look like? I'm curious.
So we operate with a referral system, and in that referral system, when you're identifying a student that needs additional support, you have those 4 domains. Initially, they will the counsel and referral will come in. The counselor will meet with that intervention team and discuss what sorts of things that they can put into place. So some of the things that we've put into place this year was we put in a bow tie group for our group of 7th grade boys. So that would be considered one of the intervention systems that we put into place. We also put into place, based off of counsel and referrals, working lunch, and we had law firms and dentist office and different people come in, and the kids can sign up for a working lunch with one of those professionals. We also have additional layers where you meet with your counselor, and maybe remember that school counseling is not meant to be your final, like your end of the day type counseling. It is they help you, they start putting those supports into place, and then if they identify that you need more support than what they can give you inside the building, we partner with Lexington Mental Health, and we can do referrals to that program as well.
That's fantastic. So is that something Dr. Price, is that something we only do at Carolina Springs, or are there opportunities at other schools to do something like that?
I see Dr. Gillespie is approaching the mic, but I think that what Dr. Green is outlining is certainly an exemplar. Okay. And one of the things that we're doing is looking how we can track effective implementations to see what might need to be replicated in other places. Okay. So Dr. Green is definitely paving the way and making sure that we meet all student needs at Carolina Springs Middle.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
I have a high-level question, and if you don't have the answer tonight, it could be a takeaway, no problem. So you talked about total about 770 students being served today, and I'm assuming part of your goal is to work yourself out of a job. You essentially want these students to be able to succeed without the support. Are you seeing in general across the years the volume of students who need to receive these services growing, shrinking, staying about the same? What are you seeing?
Typically, an RTI model follows an 80 to 20%. So usually traditionally, there's about 20% of students who show that they need this type of support. And that does sort of track over time as true. But I will say, in response to things that are happening, in schools and in certain times, there are times when it certainly fluctuates and could go up or down. Typically, though, you think about a 20% of your student population may be receiving support, while 80% are doing okay without those extra layers of support. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all so much. All right, we're going to move on to item 9.4, which is our board of trustees meeting schedule. And so you all had a copy of that in your board packet. And so we meet on the third Tuesday of every month most of the time. And there are a few exceptions to that. One is in January, where the third Tuesday falls on the day after a scheduled day off. And a little bit of feedback we're hearing today after having yesterday off for weather was that it was kind of a lot to come in today and for them to get prepared. So that's a good thing that we do. And the same thing for February 23rd. Now, some feedback that I've heard from a board member about the February date is that in addition to the third Tuesday falling after a holiday, so if we move it to that February 23rd date, that typically falls after our SCSBA conference, and so sometimes that can be challenging to be totally focused on this conference Thursday through Sunday and then come back that Tuesday just with preparation time. And so last year we asked Dr. Price if we can get the packet earlier, and so they have agreed to do that this year. We can see how that, if it's okay with you guys, we can see how that goes. And then if we want to come back and discuss meeting at a different date, we could do that. But are you all okay right now keeping it on the 23rd? Okay. Okay, and then you'll see there are some dates for additional workshops and meetings. Some feedback that I heard was one person asked about possibly, since we're not doing a board self-evaluation in October and it's just a superintendent's evaluation, if we could combine that with a regular meeting. And so Ms. Halliday did a little digging for us, and in the past, superintendent's evaluations have ranged from an hour and a half to 4 hours. And so if Dr. Price looked up from his computer.
He wasn't the only one.
And so, you know, if it's an hour and a half, because we are with the attorney and with him, and we meet, and there's contractual stuff that has to be done. If it's an hour and a half, you know, we could tag it on at the beginning. But if it's 4 hours, it just might be best practice to keep that on a different date. So however long our superintendent evaluation takes, that would be how long we are keeping ourselves here. What are your thoughts on keeping that as a separate date, not tagging it on?
I don't think anybody needs a 4-hour evaluation. In all fairness, that's crazy. I guess my question would be then, are there other things for the either October or November board meeting that could be slid into that workshop? Because to me, it's not as efficient to have this entire group of people come together just for an evaluation.
That's a fair question. I am sure Dr. Price and his team could find something else for us to.
Whatever the will of the board is.
Well, I hear what you're saying, whether it's HR stuff, whether it's whatever it might be. That's maybe to lessen the load on October 20th. Okay. That's a fair comment. Yes.
So just to clarify, what I'm hearing is a suggestion to strike the October 6th special workshop and try to work that into the October 20th board meeting?
That was the request, but we're not going to do that because we can't completely define how long we will take for the evaluation. And since we have a hard stop with that kind of stuff and a good beginning at 6 p.m. with our regular meetings, we don't know what time to get here. But what Ms. Flashnick is asking is, since we're going to have 2 meetings in October on the 6th and the 20th, if there's anything from the 20th that we could pull to the 6th to shorten the meeting on the 20th.
Thank you.
Those other workshops, we will have an oath of office this fall for 3 board members that are elected. And then our board workshop, which we all, I think, agreed in December was very valuable when we had that. And then we'll have a budget workshop in March. And in May, that's a busy time of year for HR. And so they like to have an HR meeting. And sometimes that's even done in the morning. There was a request to, also about the December 8th board workshop. There was a request to move it a week so that we're not meeting back to back on the 8th and the 15th. But I think that in future years we could probably consider that. But this year our oath of office was on December 3rd. And so if we move it up to December 1st, those people won't be in office then.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to kind of mention, was if there's a runoff or a recount or something else, it pushes that back. So
right.
Probably would be better to hold that December date.
Yeah. So I know we've had some people give feedback, but this is just first reading. So if you have other thoughts on it, let us know. We'll go from there. All righty. We are going to move on. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Price for first reading on policy ADB.
Yes, ma'am. I think that is me. I have several coming up tonight. So you will see several policies. I think Mr. Cooper and I are on tonight, tag teaming several of these. But we wanted to bring them together to kind of streamline a couple of things, clean up some language, and clarify a few things. Obviously, policy ADB is not a G policy. It's not a personnel policy, but it is an overarching policy that is the drug and alcohol-free workplace and schools policy. It does define the conditions for students and employees in regards to drugs and alcohol. It is the overarching policy. It is the environment that we want to have as a district for a drug and alcohol-free workplace and schools. and it does align with the model policy, and we did not receive any formal feedback on that for the first reading tonight.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Price at this time? Okay, thank you, Ms. Price. Well, don't go far.
I'm right here.
I'll turn it over for policy GBEC and GBECE.
Okay, so policy GBEC is our drug and alcohol-free workplace in schools, and you'll see just a lot of cleanup there, a lot of language. This one does update to the model policy. It further defines the workplace to kind of encompass school-related activities to make sure that everyone's clear on that. It clearly defines what a drug means. We do have one kind of cleanup error there. We noticed we did include one sentence twice, so we're going to make sure that's cleaned up for the next reading. Workplace, again, is clearly defined in this one, but it clarifies a lot of things from the school's scope and just make sure that everyone understands that that is a broad sense, it's a district scope. It is also just any time that you're on a school-related activity, any type of workplace. There's also just some regulations that we want to clarify for the next reading. I think in some places they were listed as 1300.11. It's actually 1308. So just a lot of cleanup that we need to do from this one. But it just further defines the workplace to encompass those activities. And we just want to make sure that everyone is clear on the type of environment that we want for our schools.
Certainly. Thank you, Ms. Price. Board members, do you have questions or comments for this first reading of GBEC? All right, moving on to deletion of policy GBECR. Ms. Price?
Okay, did you want GBECR? All right. So we do want to delete GBECR. As you recall, we are trying to really put what we want in the meat of the policy and trying to just eliminate those rules. And as you can see, most of what is in GBECR is in GBEC, so we really don't have a need for a whole separate rule to that. We've tried to separate the employee part and the student part. We're not really sure why that was all together in GBEC to start with, so you'll hear Mr. Cooper talk about that in just a minute as well. But we feel like everything that was in GBECR is now either in the employee part or in the student part, and there's not need for a separate rule at this time.
Thank you. And I know under 9.6 you did GBEC, but we didn't really talk about the notice to staff members.
Yes, and I'll just let me come back to just that in just one second. The other thing about GBECR, I do just want to clarify too, in case we get any questions about that. It does also talk about commercial driver's license pieces, which we do also define with our transportation part. And also a lot of that is not our choice. Obviously, that is defined by the DMV, the State Department of Education. You know, we don't make a lot of those regulations either. We don't have choices in those regards. So we've tried to outline all those pieces in other places. So, and yes, let me go back to GBECE, which is our notice to employees. We actually had some further discussion about this today. You will notice, after consulting with some wonderful legal counsel a couple of doors down, a lot of this language in GBECE is also repetitive, and we kind of went back and forth about this. We are required by law to notify employees, and so we're by the book people, so we have put our notification in here for GBECE. But after really some further discussion today, if the board is okay with that, for second reading, we think we would like to bring it back as part of just GBEC, just make a separate section that says notice, and just make it part of GBEC and not a separate GBECE. Again, trying to clean up and not have E's and R's and all the pieces. I think that would make it a lot simpler. It would still be called a notification. It just would be under part of GBEC. If we have any discussion about that, but
yeah, board, do y'all have questions?
Madam Chair,
yes.
One thing I've seen other districts do is have just like a link to the notice that might live on like a Google Drive. So I don't know if we would be comfortable with that.
Well, and it would be online that we could link. It would be online with the board policy too, so that they could link to.
Just because then if you needed to make a single update to the notice because of something, you wouldn't have to bring it back to the whole board just to change the notice to the employee.
So you're saying not put the notice in policy? Just
I would
it?
reference, I've seen other districts do like a reference with like a link to the notice. So you can still see it, but then you don't have to go through what we're going through now, where things have to constantly get updated and go through an introduction, a first reading, and a second reading just because you want to change a sentence in the notice to the employee. You're not changing the policy, you're just changing what you might want to say to an employee.
I don't know the legal aspect of that. Is that?
I don't know that there would be much we would change. That second paragraph on workplace is already in GBEC, so that wouldn't be part of the notice. I think the notice would be the first paragraph, the third and fourth paragraph. And if you read that, it's pretty generic. I don't know that we would change anything in the notice unless something from the regulation changed, in which we would probably want to go in and update policy at that point, because we would have to update GBEC as part of that too, because that's also the regulation for GBEC.
So when you move, when you move notice over, you're going to take that second paragraph out because
Correct.
It's already in that first page.
Yes, yes. But certainly up to you, to discretion of the board.
Really
just trying to clean up.
It's not that big of a deal. I was just trying to make your life easier. So just a
I appreciate it.
suggestion, and take it or leave it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
And I think I have one more, ADC.
Yes, ADC.
ADC, two more maybe. All right, and then ADC is also an overarching policy, but this one is for a tobacco and nicotine-free, and I think yours says workplace in one location, and it should say school district. I think on the title it says school district, but on the actual copy it says workplace. It should say school district, just like the title says. It is an overall policy function for tobacco. Similar language. We're, again, just trying to clean up. You will see we've removed the student piece from that because we're looking for just an overall piece. And it just speaks to the purpose and goals for the environment to be tobacco and nicotine-free. It is that A policy that is the overarching piece.
So the title is going to change and be tobacco-free school
It
district.
is correct, I think, on the board agenda. It is just not correct on the actual sample that we gave you, yes. Instead of workplace, it's called tobacco-free school district. Yes. Any questions about that one? And then I think the last one for me is GBED. Are you ready for that one? All right, and that's the tobacco-free workplace, and this one is the one for your employees that further defines tobacco, and this one includes, of course, a big piece of that is the electronic smoking devices and adds that piece to it. It also separates the students out of the G policy. Also gives us a little bit more information about volunteers and others that might be in your building, and kind of adds some pieces into that. Contract and other workers, just adds that to the policy as well. Again, Mr. Cooper will kind of speak to students in that piece since we separated those out, but just kind of cleans up some language and aligns that with the model policy.
Perfect. Board members, any other questions on the tobacco and nicotine policies? Thank you, Ms. Price.
You are welcome.
All right, Mr. Cooper, policy JICG, tobacco use by students.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you. And similar to what Ms. Price described, we are bringing this policy to you for first reading to remove language that is irrelevant to addressing student conduct regarding tobacco or nicotine product use, and we've removed the staff and and visitor sections from this. We've updated the language, and just a reminder, this does not change any of our current practices, but just an update in language.
Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Cooper for this first reading? All right. Mr. Cooper, I'm going to turn over policy JICFAA and JICFAAR, harassment, intimidation, or bullying, and this is going to be an introduction tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And yes, we are bringing this this policy forward for introduction, so we can be prepared to bring it to you for first reading next month, and give the board time to review it, and then also in the coming weeks give us any feedback and to have any additional conversations that we need to ensure that we've got the updates and requests captured. We had received feedback wanting us to review this policy and make some updates. We've tried to address those things. Very briefly, I'll just kind of walk through some of the changes that you do see here. At the front, you do see a large portion of red, and those are explicit definitions of harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Those existed in the previous policy. We just moved them to the front of the policy, similar to what we did with cell phones, to ensure that staff, students, and parents understand the different misbehaviors that are listed. We have included language from the model policy immediately below that, and just would like to note that language does already exist in the student handbook. We have provided in here explicitly listed cyberbullying and the use of social media as means that bullying can occur. That is something that was not as prevalent when this policy was issued back in 2014, and we've attempted to more clearly state to whom a student needed to report an act of bullying. It was a little bit more generic, saying that the superintendent would outline this message, but we explicitly list the principal and designee at the school as being to whom bullying behavior would be reported. Though I think we would all think that folks would know that. That's important, and we wanted to ensure that was listed explicitly as well. And as you said, Madam Chair, this is brought to you for introduction in hopes that you have additional time to review. We can receive any additional feedback and make any adjustments prior to first reading next month.
All right, board members, do you have some feedback to give tonight, or questions or comments?
Madam Chair, thank y'all for doing this. I don't know, Dr. Price, you tell me, do we want to talk about this in any depth tonight about the definition of bullying, or do we want to just table that for first reading?
We can do either. Mr. McCormick, who works in student services, has some emphasis behind why that's important and why that's being brought forward, and why we would like for the specific definition to stay. And I'd love for him to be able to get that opportunity to say why that is the way it is in the current draft, and see if there's any questions about that. I think that will, if there's any questions about that, that will help us to consider any changes before we get to first reading. So if it's okay by the board, I'd like to invite Mr. McCormick to step to the podium to share that information.
Yes, good evening. So when we're talking about the definitions in this policy, as a former school administrator, as a current district administrator, personally, I feel it's really important that when we're having conversations about bullying, intimidation, and harassment, and we're having those conversations with parents and students, we can clearly define what those terms mean. Very similar when we addressed the cell phone policy. Very similar in the policy that we just reviewed, the tobacco policy. We took time to say what tobacco was, what nicotine products were, what electronic smoking devices were, so everybody's on the same page. Back in 2019, the last time the model policy was done for this bullying, harassment, intimidation policy, the model policy read this way. It read, for purposes of this policy, intimidation, bullying, or harassment is defined as a gesture. So I'm just going to pause. So real quickly, just want to point out, they took those three terms and they provided one definition for three terms. That makes it very challenging when we're having conversations with students or parents anytime a student is getting written up for bullying or harassment or intimidation. If a student comes for a hearing, they've been recommended for expulsion for bullying. Okay, well, the school has to prove that. What they use to do that is our definition of what bullying is, right? And so, you know, when this model policy came out in 2019, we reviewed it. We incorporated some of that language into our student handbook. We chose not to take this version of it at that time just because it was too general. We want to have a definition of bullying that will capture what bullying is. We want a definition that's not going to make it difficult to identify bullying, but we also want to make sure that we're not over-identifying bullying. We have a lot of elementary principals in the room. Bless their hearts. If every time Susie came to school and Johnny made a comment about her dress and hurt her feelings, Johnny's a bully. Because in this model policy, it says that intimidation, bullying, harassment is defined. And then it goes on to say, as a gesture, electronic communication, written, verbal, physical act, reasonably perceived to have effect of either of the following, harming a student physically or emotionally, right? So we want to make sure that we can communicate to parents what bullying is and to students what bullying is, so if and when that does happen, we can address it. Please also know, if a student is at school and another student says something mean, insensitive toward that student, that behavior is going to be addressed. That behavior is going to receive a consequence so that the student who made that comment has an opportunity to reflect and hopefully change their behavior moving forward in the future. If it isn't labeled bullying, it may be labeled something else, but that student is going to be addressed and receive a consequence, right? And so the current definition that we do have, just real quick, just the brief history of how I'm going to need some grace. I need to work with me because in 2014, I wasn't part of these conversations, okay? But I will say that I very much appreciate the work that was done, and I personally agree with it. But in 2014, when our current policy was put into place, at that time, the school board at that time chose to adopt the definition of bullying that we have now. And that is that bullying is unwanted, mean behavior among school-age children that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. Power imbalance is something that we have seen over and over and over again, looking at different entities and how they define bullying, right? If you take a deep dive into this, you will see there's very little consistency across districts and states of what bullying is. But a power imbalance is one that you see over and over again. So here, our current definition has 4 critical elements. The first, the behavior must be repetitive. 2, it must be intended to harm. 3, there must be a difference of power. Again, there that is. And 4, the bully gains control over the victim. Okay, now, let me repeat what I said earlier. In 2014, I wasn't part of the conversations to put this policy in place. But in doing some research and digging into this, I think I can see how they came to that. Okay, so one of the systems that we use for training purposes is it is a computer safe schools. Thank you. In safe schools, every year, all employees have to take the bullying training, and in that bullying training, you know, at the end of the content, there's references. We use this as a resource for this information. Well, one of those references is stopbullying.gov. Okay, it's a website, it's a government website. And on that website, When you click the link in the training, it takes you to stopbullying.gov, and you can look at definition of bullying. It's there. And here's what it says. Definition of bullying. In 2014, the Center for Disease Control and Department of Education released the first federal definition of bullying. I'm going to repeat that date. In 2014, the board, we adopted a policy in 2014. I'm totally speculating. I don't know. They probably had something to do with each other around that time. The definition includes 3 core elements. 3. Unwanted aggressive behavior. In ours, we don't use the word aggressive. We use mean. Okay? So if you want to have the conversation and talk about that, we can. 2, observed or perceived power imbalance. So again, there's that power imbalance piece. 3, repetition of high likelihood of repetition or bullying behaviors. So there we see that repetition, that repeating piece of their definition, okay? Now, what's interesting to me is at the bottom of this article, at the bottom of this page, it's dated, last reviewed, October 9th, 2024. So on October 9th, 2024, I'd say that's relatively recently, this is the definition that they came up with. 2 days prior to that, October 7th, 2024, on their website, they had bullying described this way, defined this way. They only had 2 prongs. 2 days later, they do 3. 2 days prior, October 7th, there were 2. And here's what it says. And I'm wrapping it up now. I'm wrapping it up. I just want to give you the history and how we got to where we were. Okay? Here's what it said 2 days prior. In order to be considered bullying, again, the definition of bullying, the behavior must be aggressive. Again, we use a different word. And include, it's a 2-pronged definition. The first one is an imbalance of power. But then they give a description of what that means. Their description says this, it's worded this way. Kids who bully use their power, such as physical strength, access to embarrassing information, or popularity, to control or harm others. So if you go back to our policy, what we did was we took that piece and we talked about an imbalance of power or gaining control of the victim, right? So we took their description of what they meant by that and we just broke it into those 2 pieces. Also within our current policy, and again, my belief is this was to cast a larger net, right? But in our current policy, the last sentence in the bullying definition reads this way. In order to prove bullying, 3 of the 4 must be present. So it doesn't have to be repeated. If the action meets 2, 3, and 4, it's bullying. There doesn't have to be an imbalance of power. If it's repeated, if it was intended to provide harm, and the bully gains control over the victim, that could also be considered bullying. Quick example. Middle school boys, they go out, they play basketball on the basketball court during lunchtime. They eat, they go outside, they play basketball. Johnny loves playing basketball. New kid moves in, he's a better basketball player. He tells Johnny every day how bad he is in basketball. They're the same height, they're the same size. There's no perceived truly imbalance of power here. These guys are classmates, both 7th graders. There's no imbalance of power. But the words that this new young man, this new student, is saying to Johnny every day, he's saying it every day, so it's repetitive. He's trying to hurt his feelings. You tell him he's terrible, you stink, your game's terrible, you don't deserve to be on this court with us. And as a result of that, Johnny no longer feels like he can go out on the basketball court. Because of what he said, he feels like he can't go out there and show his face. I would argue that's bullying, even though there is no difference of power, right? So the 3 of the 4 items have to be met. We feel that's really important to keep if this definition stays the way it is. it allows us to cast a bigger net and address more bullying issues, if that makes sense. So that was just a real quick hit. I say quick, I apologize, I'm long-winded. That was just kind of the history of the definition that we have, where that information came from, and why we think as school administrators and district administrators, it's very important that we have clear definitions of those words so that when we call a parent and we tell the parent, your child's bullying another child, we have a very clear, articulate way to explain what we mean by that. I hope that helps.
That's very helpful. I think where I am in a full agreement with you, except that first sentence then kind of misleads under bullying, where it says, bullying is unwanted, mean behavior among school-age children that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. So for me, if it doesn't involve a real or perceived power imbalance, we've just said it has to even start the conversation about bullying.
Yes, ma'am. Great point, great feedback.
So
yes,
I
ma'am.
think just cleaning that up, because the feedback that I've gotten from administrators and parents, and it's on either side. Either I disagree that my child is a bully, or I think my child has been bullied and it hasn't been handled properly. And so I think the cleaner we can make that, because where I think parents get hung up is the 3 of 4, because some of it is subjective. So I think anything we can do to make it cleaner makes it easier on administration and also accomplishes what y'all are saying by making it very clear when it is and isn't.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's great feedback, and that's something that we absolutely will continue to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move on to an introduction of policy IKAA, tests and examinations, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Gaskins.
Thank you.
What's wrong, Mr. Rice?
Historically, at
Have we
least
not reviewed
since
administrative rule, or just,
I think it was all.
or is it all
lumped
together?
up in there
this
together.
is just
Okay,
the IKAA is just the policy. When I'm sorry.
You're still on JI. Just a minute, Dr. Gaskins. Hang on just a second. Sorry. I jumped ahead. Mr.
Regarding
Cooper.
the administrative rule,
Yes.
there were no changes to that document, sir. No recommended changes at this point to that document.
Dr. Gaskins. Now for policy IKAA, tests and examinations introduction.
Sure. So historically in Lexington 1, at least since 2025, policy IKAA has only focused on final exams and high school credit-bearing classes. So originally, when we recommended the revisions in the first introduction, they were to address 2 things. We had a courtesy transcript audit a few years back, and we had prioritized the ones we brought forward after that audit and still have a few that we're bringing forward. And we recognized the need for more consistency in our middle school classes that are high school credit-bearing courses in terms of the final exam. Our state-required end-of-course tests used to be in classes that were offered in 8th grade. That's no longer the case. And so we had lost some consistency in terms of what we do in those middle school, high school credit-bearing courses like we do in high school courses. So originally that's why we brought it forward for revision. After the introduction, we received some feedback that there was a desire for it to be more all-encompassing in terms of student evaluation, and so studied some recently approved policies from other districts, and you might notice that there was a paragraph added in the one you have tonight since it was first introduced in a board brief. But we feel like there's still a desire to address elementary school and middle school too in this policy. And because we're doing solution sessions right now in every single elementary school, we've had 9 so far. We've heard from well over 100 teachers about their feedback related to assessment and student evaluation. If we're going to include more about elementary, our recommendation, we appreciate it being an introduction tonight, is that we bring first reading later in the spring after we've had a chance to visit all 18 elementary schools. We also have a session planned with principals to look through all the data we've collected in those schools, and we think we could have that analyzed as well as compare it to the recommendations in the curriculum audit report to bring some solid recommendations about revisions to this policy that would include elementary schools. So, for example, some things, and I don't want to share patterns yet because I don't want to color what we hear in the remaining elementary schools, but we are hearing some support for teachers appreciating district resources. It's helpful in saving them time, but they have feedback for what they would like to be included in those resources and the quality of those resources and those types of things. So we're both understanding the problem better and trying to arrive at solutions that will be meaningful for students and teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Gaskins. So, Dr. Price, looking forward, we will not add 912 policy IKAA.
Yes,
next
ma'am.
month's agenda.
Based on some of the feedback that we received, there was an interest in expanding this policy's reach to not just focus on EOC exams, but with all the work that we've been doing with grading and assessment across the board to be more inclusive. And so we'd like to complete this process and really take it through some recommendations that we'd like to see and then introduce that as part of the policy. So we'd like to complete that and then bring that back to the board later this spring, more comprehensive.
That sounds great. Sounds good.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
just going to say, Dr. Price, Dr. Gaskins, and I think some fellow board members said I had brought this up. I appreciate the work that's being done kind of holistically, looking at the entire approach. Now, I think that's a good way. I really appreciate the work y'all been doing and these tours y'all been doing, because we know we've heard a lot about assessments. So I appreciate that, and I think doing this full approach is going to be a lot better because you can hear everything, not just from one certain area. So I appreciate y'all, working with us to get this handled.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree. All right. Dr. Gaskins, we'll stick with you and move forward to first reading of policy IKADD and IKADDR, content and credit recovery.
Okay, the recommended revisions in the administrative rule, there are no recommended revisions in the policy, also stem from that courtesy transcript audit. This was recently revised back in December of 21 to be in compliance with the uniform grading policy. So the changes you see in the administrative rule are minimal because it was recently revised, and they do not really change anything in terms of procedures. But like one of the main changes is that a credit recovery course has to be completed before the first day of the next school year instead of August 15th, because we've been using a modified calendar, and so that just keeps us in compliance with the uniform grading policy. And so that's the main change you see there. Happy to answer any questions.
Board, any comments or questions? Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Price, we're moving on to superintendent's report, so Mike's yours.
Thank you, ma'am. In today's report, the first thing that I would like to review started as a conversation at the last board meeting where the board has been discussing committees and the references to committees that have been found throughout our policy manual. And so as requested by the board, I went through and pulled out every reference to committees throughout our entire policy manual. And as you can see from this, there are 19 different references. Each of those policies is linked into your documents and this presentation so that you can see them specifically, but I've pulled out individual highlights about what each policy references. In addition to that, I've tried to include whether or not there was any requirement, participation, or report to the board that should be noted. The board was, I believe, discussing whether or not this was something that you all would like to address, and I believe it's centered around number 4 here, advisory committees, BDF, and what that meant, and whether or not you all as a group, as a body, would like to dive into that a little bit deeper. So as the first step, we've collected all of this information, the references, and the significance to the board. So as you have a chance to dive into this and discuss it, we'll be open to hear what your next steps you would like to pursue, and we'll be happy to assist along, in that process and whatever the board may desire.
All right, board members. So, Dr. Price, these committees that are referenced in board policy, you've mentioned before that they're committees, but they're also just advisory groups. And so it would seem logical to me, and I think others, if we just clean that up.
And that's where we need direction from the board, and how would you like for that to be cleaned up? So if it's referencing a committee, do we want to have a clear definition of what a committee means in policy? And if so, we can tackle each one of these references throughout the entire manual. And if it should be an advisory group, we can move in that direction and leave committee for a very specific purpose.
So I would think, board members, that the district would probably know what's more of an advisory group than a committee. So you would be the ones that would be best to know that. But board members, do y'all have any thoughts?
Madam Chair, that's what I was going to suggest. What would be helpful is, of this list, which currently noted as a committee in policy is not really a board reporting committee and is instead really a superintendent advisory group. If you could just define that for us, and then maybe from there we can tackle BDF as a board, similarly to how Mrs. Shealy tackled whatever the board legislative one was, and go about it maybe that way. Was just my initial thought, but I'm open to y'all's feedback.
I can do that. You can see some of these things, for example, curriculum research, no report to the board. There's no formal, it's referenced in policy, but there's nothing that says that committee reports to the board on anything. That is something that the board has authorized administration to do, is to review research requests from outside entities or internal employees who are working on an advanced degree. We have a process that we tackle at the district level that ultimately comes to SLT. So that's one example. Just number 12, the CTE, Transition to Work Education Committee, that operates specifically with Mr. Myers at LTC and some of the work that they're doing there. Number 9, the Annual Leave Bank for Catastrophic Illness. When that committee, quote, end quote, pulls together to review those things, they make the decision and move forward. So we can do that and pull out the specific things like number 8, naming facilities. It's not a standing committee, but anytime we open up a new building or a new facility and we've got to figure out what the name is going to be, that has to be presented to the board. So we can go through these 19 items and pull out what we think are true committees that report and are accountable to the board for the next step in the process. So we can do that.
No,
And then I didn't know. Okay.
Y'all are following my train of thought perfectly, so I like that plan. Thank you. And I think ultimately, kind of what you were mentioning too, kind of going back eventually to the advisory committees and defining specifically a little more in that policy is what those advisory committees are.
Okay. We'll do this, and then we'll get to BDF after that. So that'll be the next step. So we'll bring that back to you at our next board meeting. Moving on, update on policy reviews. At our December workshop, there was a request to kind of get kind of a status check on where we are. You guys have been reviewing a lot of policies lately. And you may recall that one of your board goals was specifically about this. And this is how the goal reads. By June of 27, the board will review and revise at least 80% of board policies to ensure alignment with the district strategic plan, including academic excellence, positive climate, and stewardship of resources, with an annual update schedule established thereafter. Well, we established the schedule. Ms. Holliday manages that for us and keeps us on track with regards to those things. But how are we tracking? And so if we look at, since we've adopted this goal back in July of 24, and in addition, we've got 35 more that are planned for the remainder of 25-26 school year. That will only get us to 35% complete. If you haven't reviewed the policy manual online, that's a good long weekend's worth of work to do. So it is quite extensive. So if we were to repeat that in the following year with our best effort, that would get us to about 70%. So while we're making a lot of progress, we're not tracking towards meeting that 80% goal. We are going to attempt to batch a large number of policies before we get to the summer that there are no recommended updates. They're simple language, pretty straight to the point, but it gives us a chance to update the review date to get everything current. Some of those haven't been reviewed and updated since before 2000. It doesn't necessarily mean that they should be changed, but they haven't been reviewed. And so we're going to attempt to batch those before we get to the summer to do a mass presentation. And if we can do that, we might get closer to hitting that 80% mark.
And it sounds like we might be looking at 19 other policies that state committee that might not be on our list to look at, that if we look at those 19 committee policies, that could be 19 more checks.
Correct. And keep in mind, too, that every summer we get a brand new list of policies that we need to update. So that number is going to increase depending on, largely on what happens during the legislative session. So it had a huge impact on Ms. Price and all of her policies this past session. So we'll see what the new year brings us. And in addition, recently we worked on cleaning up some of our policies, and there were a couple of items that were referenced in a rule that went away, and the board's intent was that those things would continue to live somewhere. And so I wanted to bring an update to you on the elementary school instructional time guidelines. So this has been added to the curriculum management plan and in our daily defined program for elementary schools. You see very clearly where the expectations are for ELA, math, and science and social studies instruction, as well as built-in intervention times for both ELA and math, in addition to related arts classes. For middle school, you see that a minimum of 58 minutes for each core subject, along with 39 to 40 minutes for related arts and world language. And then every middle school has an SLT time that most of them kick off at the beginning of the day with a minimum of 25 minutes. So we've got some established, agreed upon guidelines that will continue to live on, not in policy, but in our operating manuals and our guidance references.
Madam Chair. Yes. Dr. Price, may I ask you one question?
Yes, ma'am.
On elementary, I recall during a community conversation, we talked about science and social studies. And there was discussion about whether it would be alternated versus whether it would be daily. And I thought that we were doing daily, but by reading this now, I'm seeing that we are not doing daily, that we are doing alternating. So I just wanted to clean that up in my own head because I was thinking we were going one direction, but reading this, maybe we've changed our mind.
It's really a clarification, and I'm going to let Dr. Gaskins chime in if I leave something out or if I misstate something. But in one of those conversations, there was a discussion about there was no either science or social studies instruction going on. And the response to that was that we're going to do that next 9 weeks. That should not have been the implementation plan. It should be an alternating plan, not necessarily weeks or months at a time, but more or less daily. That if we're doing science today, we may have a unit that may take up a couple of days, but then we'll move back to social studies for 1 or 2 days so that there's a balance moving through each 9-week period for science and social studies. We should not have a situation where we're doing all social studies for a 9-week period or a semester and no science. Dr. Gaskins, anything you'd like to add to that?
There are situations, and I guess I should say and or up there, because like in an immersion experience, the students would get both science and social studies every day, but it really helps to go into depth and like finish a science experiment if you have a full 40 minutes on some days to just dedicate to one content area. But it's designed in a way that both will be taught every 9 weeks and all standards will be covered over the course of the year.
Thank you. And then finally on homework, here's some additional language that we have added to our student handbook and to our teacher grading practices document. It says that homework will be assigned as an independent activity to allow students to practice and apply what they have learned in class. The amount and frequency of homework assigned will vary among grade levels, subjects, and course levels. Homework is a non-graded formative assessment. And in the teaching grading practices document, it says non-graded, it talks about non-graded formatives. Refer to the frequent informal checks for understanding that teachers implement during instruction to gather evidence of student learning and adapt their teaching accordingly. These assessments prioritize feedback and improvement over grades, fostering a growth mindset in students. These formative assessments should always be focused on standards and or course objectives. So homework is a non-graded formative, but it is not the only non-graded formative. And to pull off where this lives on our website, you can find this in our online student handbook, where it speaks specifically about homework and it's kind of hard to read, but non-graded formatives.
Dr. Price.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we spend just a moment on this homework here? And I fully agree, the amount and frequency of homework assigned for different grade levels and subjects. We've talked about that does vary depending on the content and things like that. Non-graded formatives definitely have a place in the classroom. You've got your exit tickets. You've got your things you might Kahoots or warm-ups that you do in class when you're coming in and you're getting your brain going and things like that. Absolutely, non-graded formatives. Homework falls in a tricky category because I have two children who are exactly the same age, and I promise you that homework being a fully non-graded formative. Now, let me clarify. I'm not saying that every teacher needs to collect homework and grade it and return it. That's not what I'm saying. But having no consequence, for not doing it really seems pointless for it to be given. And I get it. We would love for every student to be intrinsically motivated and want to do their work. But I wonder if it is best practice for us to put in writing that homework is a non-graded formative assessment. Just a thought to throw out there. I mean, y'all might have more reasoning behind that. And so if it's a non-graded formative assessment, then our teachers out there that are currently giving homework and grading it, then are they going against our guidelines?
I know Dr. Gaskins has spent a lot of time exploring this topic. Do you want to respond to that one, Dr. Gaskins?
I will, and I'll say with our grading practices, we certainly had a much harder reset in elementary because of all the change and going back to numeric grades than we did in middle and high school when we're implementing the new grading practices. And so we are still seeing some things that were with our previous grading practices, which homework being graded. The thinking behind that is, and the research behind that is, when students are practicing, they are more likely to take risks and make mistakes if we're not going to put a grade on it. So as soon as we put a grade on homework, we're grading students on something that they're just learning to do before they've even had a chance to perfect it. And if we grade effort for simply turning it in, then that clouds that grade for students and parents in terms of a true understanding of the percentage of the content that the student understands. So finding a balance there, it's worthy of continued conversation.
What about grading it and have it weighted so that, it's graded, but how much does it impact a student's overall grade? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one point that we are exploring, Mr. Anderson. The question that will take more discussion is, how do you grade homework? Do you grade it from the effort that's put forth? You could try every problem and get everyone wrong, and your homework grade could be really high. And in our discussion about what grades truly represent, It's to represent the student's understanding of the material. But then if we're going to grade it for accuracy, then are we saying that every teacher should grade every homework assessment for accuracy? And then it could be pretty cumbersome. So it's about finding the right balance, and a lot of times whenever homework is reviewed, it's a self-check that the teacher is reviewing it, students are checking to see if they got it right, and then they're asking questions for clarity. So it's something that we're continuing to discuss and consider, that if it were given a weight, what's an appropriate weight? And if it's going to be graded, what should we focus on with the grades? So it's an ongoing discussion. This is how it is right now.
Madam Chair. I'm going to choose my words carefully because I think you could read 1,000 things and people feel one way about homework being graded and one way about it not. I'm not arguing the grading. What I'm concerned about is that when we voted to delete that administrative rule, I was under the impression we were going to take what was in the administrative rule and move it somewhere else, not that we were going to change our practice. I may have thought differently about that vote if I knew we were going to change our practice. So that's kind of where I'm getting hung up, is that there was different information in, I don't have the number in front of me, but it was like the administrative rule of whatever policy we just did a second reading on that reads differently than what we're now saying. And so I just think maybe we need to look at that, and perhaps that's relevant to the IKAA, but it may not fit there. You had also mentioned previously that some districts have a homework policy that stands alone. I just think that we've now changed practice, but I wasn't aware that we were going to change practice.
We did look at the language in IDR, which was the administrative rule we deleted, and we'll go back and look again. I don't think any of this is in conflict with that. This is just much more concise and doesn't include as many details, but we will go back and check that. IKB is the policy that some districts have that addresses homework.
And that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Price. We are going to move on. Ms. Miller, I'll turn it over to you for our finance report.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent Dr. Price, and board members. This evening we have the general fund revenue and expenditures as of December 31st, 2025. Am I allowed to start clicking? I don't want to mess somebody else up. Okay. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. It might be the name Jennifer, right? Okay. The revenue for fiscal year 26 as December 31st, 2025 is approximately $140 million. The majority of that revenue, as you can see, is in our state revenue at $98 million. There's also approximately $14 million of transfers, which is also state revenue that's just required to be recorded in a fund other than the general fund and then transferred over. And then lastly, our local revenue is approximately $29 million. So right now, as of December 31st, approximately 21% of our local revenue is the percentage of our revenue is our local revenue. As we start to see those larger revenue amounts coming in for our local tax base, that percentage should jump up to approximately 37% of our revenue. Switching gears over to expenditures, you can see there's approximately $177 million of expenditures as of December 31st. The majority of that is in our salaries and benefits category in the top left of approximately $152 million. So right now, as of December 31st, about 86% of our total expenditures is our salary, and as we finish out the year, that percentage should go up to approximately 88% of our total expenditures being salaries and benefits. Next, moving on to our fund balance, we have our numbers there through December 31st. The total fund balance as of that point in time was approximately $79 million. I got the big red line there to show you going to the right. We're projecting from January through June just on trends that we found similar to last year, and we still at this point are anticipating to end up utilizing about $11 million of our fund balance during the fiscal year. And then moving on to our unassigned fund balance, you can see there we're still just below the line of the annual required amount. We should see that spike up this next month as we collect our local tax revenues, but then it'll dip again as we get towards the end of the year. We just got a trend there based on how it has been in the past year, and we should, as I mentioned, use approximately $11 million. We'll continue to review the projections. As you know, our state revenue, we really won't know our final revenue for this fiscal year until about May, so with 1 month left in the year. We'll have that trued up number and know where that is. As I get through the next couple of months, I can start looking at the local projection a little closer and see where we're coming in and if we anticipate that to be higher, and I'll keep the board informed of that. And then lastly, we have our procurement report as of December 31st. Our total procurements that we had were 716 transactions, with 34 of those being categorized as unauthorized and have gone through our process of being ratified so that we're in compliance with our procurement procedures. Any questions? All right, and then just for board information, there are two things that are also included in this section. You have your semi-annual required district's minority business reporting that has to be done in January and July of each fiscal year. That's included. And then also one of the items, as we talked about KPIs that we were asked to bring forward to the board, is our expenditures per pupil. And so you'll see that document in there this year. I went ahead and put last year's numbers in there because as any good auditor, I wanted to know, well, what was it the year before? So you've got that as comparative. Wanted to give you a little background on that. Obviously, if you have a smaller school that has fewer number of students, you may have some of the same type of expenditures. A great example is a principal, and that salary is being spread over fewer number of students, so your per pupil amount would be higher because of that situation. And again, this is a required report that we submit annually already to the Department of Education. They provide an Excel template and tell us which funds to include. This does not include debt service or capital projects or pupil activities, but it does include our other funding sources. And they do have specific functions that they exclude. Adult education, community services, other charges, your interest in debt payments, but if you don't have the debt service fund in there, of course, they're not in there anyway, but just wanted to point those items out. And if you have any questions about that, I'll take those.
That's great information, Ms. Miller. Board, do you have questions or comments on any of the financial? Okay. Moving on. We are going to, Dr. Gaskins, would you like to introduce our guest tonight?
I would love to. By state law, schools with an unsatisfactory or below average rating are considered underperforming and are required to develop and implement a continuous improvement plan that has to be approved both by the local board and by the State Department of Education. Because Southlake has a below average rating, Principal Stanley is here tonight to share their continuous improvement plan. I have to say, before she presents, having been in Southlake Elementary School several times already this year, there is anything but below average work happening in that school. And so I know their best days are ahead of them. They have closely analyzed their data, both on the school report card and other data sources, to create this plan that she's going to share with you this evening.
All right. Don't have to. Am I on? Okay. See, this is the Jennifer thing. I'm glad to know that I'm in good hands. So, greetings, Madam Chair, fellow board members, and Dr. Price. I do appreciate this time tonight to talk to you about how we are striving for continuous improvement at South Lake Elementary School. In 2024, just to kind of give you a background of our campus, we came together as a group to define our beliefs. And as a faculty, we decided that we obviously believe in a strong school community where students and staff learn and support each other. We also believe in creating a safe environment where students feel comfortable taking risk and exploring their interests. And obviously, we believe in fostering partnerships between students, teachers, families to support student success. And so that was our beliefs that we came up with as a faculty in 2024, and that does continue today. Our goals as a campus obviously are to maintain strong relationships. We also are very invested in providing professional learning communities. We also support maximizing student success, as well as supporting the South Carolina Career and Ready standards. And in addition to that, we are making sure that we are sustaining and making sure we're having high-performing professional learning communities within our school building. To let you know a little bit about our staff, I promise that people do like me, even though nobody's here with me tonight. I have to confess that, because I'm honest to a fault, that in my mind, the board meetings were the third Tuesday of every month. And so Jennifer Stanley, that was last Tuesday. So tonight, all of my friends are having their first Publix extravaganza, Publix family night at Publix. And so all of our staff is there. So please know I do have friends. They're just enjoying math night at Publix. So I just didn't want you to think like she's up here by herself and she's got no support. All right, so just to let you know a little bit about our staff, we are very blessed at South Lake. We have amazing staff. And the one thing I wanted to highlight about our staff is that when you look at our K through 5 teachers, basically a third of our teachers are beginning their career. And I say that to say that is an exciting opportunity for our campus, but it also presents the opportunity to not only grow our students, but we're also developing our staff at the same time. We are also very grateful for Dr. Chris Burkett and his partnership with USC. I did not think this was going to happen until year 3, and it happened this year, so I'm like so incredibly excited about this, is that we now have student interns that are joining our campus in July. And they are spending their entire year at South Lake Elementary School. And so in the fall, they joined us for every single PLC we had on Wednesday. They were part of our campus. They came 2 days a week. We were very intentional about those days. And now they're with us 5 days a week. One of those amazing people is now with Mr. Brown at Carolina Springs. She was hired in December from our campus and now is teaching first grade over there. So I love HR. I don't want to be Devonna, but I like the idea of like developing staff, and this is my way of being able to develop our future students and make them into the teachers that they're going to be. Right now we have 7 friends on our campus that are going through their next experience with us, and they're with us 5 days a week. They are doing phenomenal work. I can name every single one of them. They come in every morning. They're so excited. They want to be all the great things. Of course, I would love to employ every single one of them. I might be able to. You just never know, because we are growing as a campus. But my goal as a system is to make sure that all these people stay in Lexington School District 1. The cool thing about it is like if they're a year with us and with our leadership and learning the framework and all the expectations, they are only going to be successful starting day 1. And so I'm very appreciative of USC partnering with us and having the belief that our school is a good fit. So not to say that everybody else can't have student teachers, they can. Like I said that before when I did my first presentation back in 2024, but we are trying to be very systematic on how we're supporting and developing those students. Our demographics, just to give you a quick, you can just look at that and kind of see the makeup of our campus. I will tell you that we love boys, and that has presented an opportunity when you are in elementary school and they're all female teachers. There are different ways that we need to learn how to engage our male students, and I'll be very transparent and say that is something that we are continuing to look on and explore. How can we make sure that we're engaging our boys effectively when they're receiving their instruction? We have 568. It kind of ebbs and flows. We started off with 460. Yeah, fun, right? Okay, so having said that, we started off with 460. We're now at around 68, and we're continuing to grow. There is an area of land that has been cleared And at first I thought it was going to be a place for like storage units, but now it's actually a place that's probably going to have like 400 homes. So I say that to say that you don't have to worry about your building. It will be utilized. It is growing beautifully. So just know that we are here to support that endeavor, and we are very excited about all the neighborhoods coming our way. We love our community. Okay, so the most important thing you have to do when designing a school and building a school is build that school community. So we have been working alongside our Title I Family Liaison to support our students in 3 and 4K. Not all of our friends qualify for our 2 programs on our campus, and so this gives us another way to pull those families into our campus that didn't qualify for those additional programs. And they meet every Tuesday, and we just recently started. They do Tuesdays for around 14 weeks. They come in with their parents, and we learn alongside them. And it's like my favorite part of the day. If you're ever having a bad day in the universe, you just go to 3 or 4K. It'll make all the difference in the world. We actually also had our first 4K literacy night, and oftentimes we think about literacy night being for our friends in upper grades. It's just as important with our friends in preschool. And so we had a great opportunity for our parents to come out to learn more about how they can support their children on their literacy journey. We also had a poetry slam that happened right before the holiday, and all of our 4th graders had this opportunity to present their poems. It gave them practice in terms of, using their voice, memorizing their poems, as well as having the community come in and see the great work of our students. We also have, through our Title I opportunities, we have morning sessions for our parents to come in. In this one, you can see it was about reading and writing. It was also about how to use some new math materials at home so that parents understood what the expectations of homework was, as well as working with our school counselors on that emotional regulation piece. We are currently doing a 4-session thing on love and logic for our parents from 5:30 to 6:30, and that has been well received as well in our community. Of course, near and dear to my heart, we support our Special Olympics, and that will continue to develop. So we are trying very diligently at Southlake to make sure that our community feels supported and that they know that we are there for them. Learning and growing. Okay, so this is where you have the thing that we're turning into the State Department and all the good things. And so what you all want to know is like, what am I doing, right? So I've known for a while that we have some growth opportunities, and there's a part of Jennifer Stanley that I've opened the school for 9 months, and I'm doing all these growth opportunities. And so it's finding a balance between building community and support, but also realizing that there is an assessment that's out there that we have to make sure that our students are accountable for. I would have loved to have more than 9 months, but I am not the state. So here we go. And so I will say that every single person in our building has gifts. And as an administrator, you have to make sure that you highlight that. So at the beginning of the year, we have been working with an outside consultant with our campus through Title I funds as part of our professional development plan. There's a lot of different theories of thought about professional development. Some people believe you need to go into conferences is what their school needs, and I totally support that. But what our campus needed was somebody to come to our school to work with our teachers and our students on our data. And so we have been very blessed through our Title I funding to do that. And so we started off the year doing what's called a give and get. And so we were saying to our teachers, what do you think that you are an expert at? Are you an expert at UFly? Are you an expert at engagement? Are you an expert at, fluency? And then what's a get? Like, what would you like to go and see and learn more about? And so by doing this, we were able to then have teachers go and see other teachers on our campus and celebrate the things that they can do well, but they're also learning alongside the things that they want to learn more about. And it's in a very safe environment with our coaches and our admin team. And so it's been a really good way for us to see that we all have something to give and we all have learning opportunities on our campus. I love our school, sorry. All right, so we also talked about the beginning of the year about what you believe, because what you believe as a teacher has to show up in what your practices that your students are going to consume, like what are they going to consume, what are they going to take in, and what are they going to produce. And so we had our teachers go through and say, what do you believe and how does that look in your teaching? And so for us to kind of think about how is our belief system showing up in our work alongside our kids. Okay, greatness. Okay, so because we have a lot of new friends that are starting off their teaching opportunity with us, we decided to do a lab site just for them. because you can sit there as a first-year teacher and you can say, oh my gosh, yes, thank you for the plans, thank you for all the help and support, but do you really know what that means? Are you afraid to ask questions? Do you want to know what that looks like? So we spent a whole day where we were able to get some substitutes and coverage within the campus, where we were able to take our new to two, beginning to second-year teachers. We were able to take them in the classrooms to see ELA, and then in the afternoon we took them in the classrooms to see math, so that they could see the actual instruction being given in real time with students that look just like theirs. And then at the end of that, we did thank you notes for all the teachers. It was awesome, and the teachers really felt like they got a lot from that. We are also going to be doing this in the spring with our student teachers from USC. So to kind of make sure that they are seeing both sides of the spectrum in terms of our students and our teachers and how they work. Professional learning, my goodness. Okay, so we love professional learning. We have a lot of it, and it's right there. So everybody loves letters, and we are a school that's kind of split on that. We have about, half our teachers are done. We have 16 teachers that are hoping to complete this year, and then we have 3 teachers that join us that are starting that letters process. For our friends that have completed, and our 4th grade teachers, we've been looking a lot at vocabulary. That is an area of weakness in our school in terms of looking at iReady, is like how are we using vocabulary, how are we making sure that students understand the academic vocabulary that they're presented with. We've also done writing workshops with Dr. Poole. She's been phenomenal, and she's a great asset for our district. And she's also been working with our 1st and 2nd year teachers again on how to make sure that we are implementing writing instruction effectively. And then also we have the Writing Revolution book study that we're doing as well. Math, love math coach. Thank you, math. Thank you for letting us to have a math coach. Just can't say that enough. Our math coach is amazing, and I can't even begin to tell you, it may not always show up in every single piece of data, but the work she has done on our campus has been amazing, and we could not have done this year without her. So to let you know, we have teachers that have gone through OGAP. We have teachers that are looking at formative assessments. With our math program, there's a component called Math Catalyst, and it's there to help support students with students needing additional support and or growth. And so it's a K through 5 part of our math curriculum, and we have started implementing that with our 1st and 2nd grade teachers so they can provide small group instruction and support. And the cool thing about it is it's related to the curriculum that they're currently in. So they're able to see that immediate connection of, oh, this is what I'm doing well in. And it has things not just for students that are having difficulties, but also ways to accelerate students who have already mastered that standard. So it is a really good thing that we're kind of tapping into. Like I said, we're just starting off with 1st and 2nd, and of course we hope to expand that. PLCs, love some PLCs. And we do these every Wednesday. We have been able to figure out a schedule where it's embedded into the school day. A lot of our friends, at the end of the day, just given the unique opportunities that we have on our campus, everyone wants to go home with 3. And I get that. So we are trying to be very forward-thinking and out-of-the-box thinking of how can we provide that professional learning during the school day, during that time. And so we've landed on Wednesdays. And the things that we have been looking at are obviously planning, data analysis, analyzing student work, and obviously that key component in making sure our students move, which would be differentiation. Just to let you know, we have looked a lot at learning targets and what those look like and mean. We have made sure that we are making sure that we're aligning what we're doing to teaching strategies and the standards. We work alongside our coaches to make sure that the learning targets are friendly in terms of student language, but also we're not taking the academic language and like watering it down. If this says multiplication, we are going to tell a 2nd grade student what multiplication means. How can you use that in a sentence? What does that look like? So we're trying to make sure that our students are using that academic vocabulary in real life and throughout the school day, not just because it's on a learning target. Unpacking, if you're not unpacking, you're not going to know. So it's very important that we give our teachers time and space to make sure they understand what the expectation is of each module and or curriculum framework. We have to make sure they understand they need to take the assessment. And you're not going to understand what kids are going to make mistakes on unless you take the assessment. And so I'm still trying to pass 5th grade fractions, but it's okay. I'm going to get there. And so that backwards design piece is very important for us to talk about because then it kind of helps us give the framework of where are kids going to make mistakes. How can we go ahead and pull small groups to help support them before that becomes a problem? And so that backwards design and looking at our student exit tickets and making sure we're sorting work is very pivotal. Pacing is a journey, but I think the main thing that I always tell teachers is that as long as we're meeting our students where they are and what they need, the pacing eventually will take care of itself. So we will get there. It just may not always be in the same format. I love expectations. I think it's because I'm old. And so a lot of times when you, everybody knows at our school that my expectation is that you're going to have your learning targets, you're going to provide feedback to students, you're going to make sure that you're focusing on small groups. If you're not using a coach, my question is why? Why? Why wouldn't you have an expert not come into your room and work alongside you and give you feedback? Our most veteran teacher utilizes our math and literacy coach as well as our interventionist the most in our entire school. And so if you're not utilizing the people that you all have granted us the permission to have and hire in our buildings, then shame on us, right? And so it is, and it's an expectation. You have to meet with your coaches. Why wouldn't you? I need help, right? I mean, I have to lean into different people to help support me, so why wouldn't you want that as well? So the expectation is your coach is your best friend. They are not here to give you like things that you're not doing right or wrong. They're here to help support you as a learner, because last time I checked, we are all lifelong learners. And so if you came to our campus and they said, do I have to meet with a coach? And they said, Jennifer Stanley said, yes. That would be a true statement. I am a big believer also in making sure that we are not overstretching our teachers. And so you will see up there, it says based on feedback. Last year we got feedback. They're like, Ms. Stanley, you're making us do da-da-da-da-da. Can we just meet at the beginning of the unit and at the end of the unit with the coaches to kind of say, what are we going to see? How are we going to look at the item analysis at the end? And then in between, can we make our own decisions? Of course. So that's kind of where we landed that. So I don't think I'm just like, I mean, I am, but I do listen to feedback and I do care about what our teachers think. Our current data is, I'm just gonna do Shane's version of this, but it'll be Jennifer Stanley's version. We want to be above the line. Okay, so we're above the line. And so our low performing students are reaching that high mark. They're performing at a high level. Our high performing students are moving at that same target. And so for Southlake, that's what you would want to see. You want to see this for every school, but you definitely want to see it for ours, given why we're here tonight. We do have 6 dots on there because that does represent different grade levels. Obviously, kindergarten through 5th grade would be a total of 6 dots. So you can see about that in reading. We're seeing the same positive outcome in the area of math. The reason why it's not the same as reading is, like Dr. Phillips was saying earlier, kids have not had geometry yet, but they're getting questions on geometry. Kids haven't had measurement yet, but they're getting questions on measurement. So the math part of iReady it's like, it kind of makes sense and it kind of doesn't, because you're looking at the data, but we have to make sure we're like diving into the data to say, we're looking at numbers and operations. Okay, they're doing great. They've had a lot of instruction in that. They're not doing as well in geometry. Well, they don't get that until March. So it's going to be okay. It'll fix itself. So just making sure that the math data is always kind of a little bit, but it works out in the end. I love analyzing some student work. If you don't know where your students are, how they're performing and what they're doing, then how can you plan? So we do spend a lot of time sorting and analyzing our students' work, whether it's exit tickets, whether it's writing assessments, whether all the different things, because that's how you plan for students, is by looking at their work, looking at their misconceptions. I know this is kind of hard to see, but this kind of gives you an idea of like how our friends solve math, right? And so by looking at this, you see 3 different ways that students solve a problem, and that gives you information on the thinking of 3 different students. So if you're not looking at their work to kind of see what their strengths are and their areas where they could need some more fine-tuning or additional support, then how are we ever going to be able to push our students forward? So analyzing student work is basically a foundational component at Southlake. Differentiation, obviously, if you're going to move kids, you have to have small group instruction. And so we always look at our kids of, who can, and when I say who can teach, that doesn't mean the child that already knows it's going to teach other kids. It means more about who already has mastered of the standard and how do we need to go deeper and provide them additional types of learning opportunities. Our kids that are almost there, and then our kids that are not there yet. Sometimes we have a tendency to focus on one group just depending on our philosophy as educators. For me, I've always looked at the not there yet. I worked with Devonna Price. She was my principal at Oak Grove, and she always looked at the high flyers. So it does really, your own like bias, I'm sorry, Devonna, calling you up, but our own bias does kind of come into that. And so we make sure that our teachers are looking at, like, are you stuck in one zone? And if you are, how can you move to the other two zones to make sure you're meeting the needs of all kids? And we, RTI, we always need more, right? And so we always start off with our documented classroom interventions, our DCI, and I didn't know if the board had seen like what one of those looks like. So I did want to kind of give you an idea of the complexity and how specific we are in trying to identify our students' weaknesses and how we can help them grow. When we develop an RTI plan for a child, it is alongside the teacher, it is alongside the administrator, it's alongside the coach, and we're always looking at that data, and then we're coming back throughout like every 6 weeks to see, is the child progressing or do they need a more specific and more intensive intervention? We have to monitor our kids to make sure that they get to where they need to be. Intervention, I love intervention. It's where the kids that sometimes don't often feel like they are successful feel success. And so when you go into a classroom with a teacher pulling small kids in intervention, you will never walk in and a child is upset. They're always happy because they're experiencing success in that environment and they're feeling that confidence, and then that confidence will bleed into the classroom setting. I love pictures. So I have a wonderful third grade colleague. Her name is Melissa Apperson, and she has been a dear friend of mine for a long time, and she was driving down Platte Springs Road, and she is the type of person that would pull over and take a picture. And she sent it to me. And I love it for a lot of different reasons. I love it because it's the idea of the rainbow and all those different things. But what I will end with you all tonight is my promise to South Lake is that I will continue to give my personal best each and every day, as will our faculty, as will our parents and students. I promised when I opened this school that we were going to be somebody, and we are. We're just not there yet. But I know that some of you might be sports people. I'm a Gator fan, Tim Tebow. He was coming off after losing to Mississippi State before he went into the national championship, and his thing was, I promise I'm going to do, no one's going to work harder than me, no one's going to do more than me, blah, 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 blah. And that's how I kind of feel with you all today. It's like, you don't have to worry about how hard I'm going to work to make sure our kids are successful. What I need from you all is the gift of time. So, thank you. Any questions about anything?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I want to quote a song from Toy Story.
Okay, we can do that.
You have a friend in me.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, let's see who else.
Ms. Stanley, I do have a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
I heard you say one of the things that you all need is time, but kind of getting down to brass tacks, is there any other support? I see that you're doing the heavy lifting. I see you're determined. I see your determination. But is there other support that you need from this board to help you continue to do that heavy lifting and get to where you want to go?
Am I allowed to answer? Am I allowed to? Yeah, I need to keep my job.
Or you can send an email if you need to. But I thought I'd ask.
Dr. Price, do I have delivered? Okay, this is just Jennifer Stanley. So do not it's just Jennifer Stanley. When you develop a campus, you don't often know what you don't know until it all comes in, right? And so if I were to ask for additional support from the board, it would be in terms of additional support in the areas of RTI. We currently do not have a 4th or 5th grade staff member that is designated to pull out to support kids like we do in kindergarten through 2nd and a little bit of 3rd. And so when we're looking at our school report card and you're looking at the added value piece of it, you want those kids to grow. And currently the classroom teacher is having to be in charge of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And so if I were to ask for additional support, one of the things would be to have an interventionist that can support our upper elementary school people. My second one was our special education department has done a phenomenal job. Dr. Bodecker and I have become friends, and she probably doesn't want to be my friend sometimes because I'm always asking for extra. Same with Dr. Adams. But when you have a school which has a lot of different students coming to us with different needs, sometimes having an additional resource teacher when you're looking at caseload would be very beneficial for us as well. Making sure that we're looking at the needs of our students in those supportive areas. I will go off cuff and say that sometimes I feel like when we're looking at campuses, there are hard and fast rules that need to be in state. 18 to 1, whatever it is, the funding formula. But I think there also has to be a conversation when you have campuses that students are coming to you with a different variety of love and understanding and all those different things, that we might need to look at how do we fund those schools differently. So right now I'm in the land of an experiment because I know Dr. Price loves data. So I'm looking at my 5th grade. We have been very blessed this year. We started off the year 18 to 1, and we're now like at 21 to 1. But I feel like in some schools, 18 to 1 should be the expectation K through 5. And I don't say that to say like every school wants that. But I think there needs to be a space for conversation on staffing schools based on need if we really want to break the barrier and have students get off all the lists. I think we have to look at the resources that we're giving each campus as being individualized to those schools, not necessarily being a one-size-fits-all. Dr. Price, do I still have a job?
So
that's just Jennifer Stanley.
no, I appreciate that because the definition of success is where opportunity and preparation meet. And by me being able to ask you that question and for you to be so prepared to rattle off 4 things just like that tells me how engaged you are in this process. So I know the success is going to show up. So I can only speak as one board member. I can't speak for the full board. But if you need time, you got time because I know the success is going to show up. But I think we as a board probably need to talk because ultimately what we want to do is we want to make sure students succeed no matter what school they're in. And Southlake was one of our schools that we weren't necessarily proud of where they scored, so we need to do something about it. So I think we need to kind of get back together, figure out what we need to do. But I just love the fact you have specific, targeted things that you think would help support you to reach that goal. And so we need to just talk about that. So thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I appreciate that. And our school is amazing. And I might end my career, and if I were to end my career tomorrow at Southlake Elementary School, I would say thank you for the opportunity. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Thank you.
Ms. Stanley, if you don't mind me saying one comment, we are your greatest cheerleaders. And if there were anywhere I'd send my students to work under, it would be with you. And they have. But I also understand that one of the most important things in a school is its leader. And sometimes the biggest rocks have to go to the strongest people. And I think that's what we have here. Just know we have your back, and I fully expect you're going to meet your goals. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Stanley, I wanted to say the same thing. And as a boy mom, I respect that statement in so many ways.
Don't you, though?
Yes.
Because I have a boy, too, and it's like a totally different thing, right?
It's Kay. I said God knew what he was doing with my anxiety when he said she should have 2 boys.
Yes.
I wanted to say thank you. We're really lucky in Lexington 1. We have amazing principals, but I got all teary-eyed up here, and you can just feel your passion, and that's something that an iReady score is not going to show. So thank you for what you do. You're very much appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Ms. Stanley. We are going to move on.
We have to vote.
Oh, right. Just kidding. Do I hear a motion to approve the continuous plan for Southlake Elementary School?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the continuous improvement plan for Southlake Elementary School as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right. During the December 16th, 2025 meeting, the board have tabled the item of contracts on minority business preferences. Therefore, Ms. Shealy's motion is still pending. Ms. Shealy made the following motion. Based upon Governor McMaster's Executive Order 2025-40, I move to suspend the district's procurement protocols related to preferences for minority businesses until we receive further clarification. Do I hear any further discussion regarding this item?
Madam Chair, since further guidance has yet to be received, I move to withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Unless there's an objection, the motion is withdrawn. All right. Board, do I hear a motion to approve local board-approved courses as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move to approve local board-approved courses as presented by administration.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, Dr. Gaskins, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. So courses that are not included in the activity coding system for South Carolina require local board approval. These are elective courses. In your list tonight, those in black font are ones that have been approved previously, and those in red font are new courses that we're recommending for approval. I want to thank our school administrators for being so thoughtful as they prepared proposals, and Casey Calhoun and Erica Bissell for studying those proposals so closely and bringing these recommendations to us. Recently, South Carolina has moved to a digital platform for the activity coding system called Satchel, and they used to use a spreadsheet system. And in doing that, some of the courses that were available aren't in that system anymore. So for example, something that maybe used to be available in a full credit is only available in a half credit now. And so some of the additions tonight are classes that we've been offering but are no longer available in either a full or half credit. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do you have questions regarding the local board approved courses? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Gaskins. Do I hear a motion to approve policy EF and EFR food services?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy EF and EF-R food service.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Miller.
Yes, ma'am. There are no changes other than just one grammatical correction. I believe there was an extra space. This is just aligning with the model policy, and it's replacing policies EE and EEA.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Miller regarding this policy? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy EE and EEA, EEAR?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the deletion of policy EE food service management and policy EEA, EEA-R free food services.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Miller.
Yes, ma'am. These are just the deletion of the policies that we just replaced and were aligned with the model policy in item 11.04.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Do I hear a motion regarding policy CK?
Madam Chair, I move to delete policy CK, administrative personnel professional development opportunities.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Gaskins.
I have not received any additional feedback since first reading.
Board, do you have any questions or comments for this policy? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy GCI, professional staff development? I will pause here and just say, we had a minor clerical error in the title of the agenda item where it said deletion, but it's approval of the policy, as noted in the policy document description and motion. Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy GCI, professional staff development.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Gaskins.
As you may recall, we had substantial revisions to this policy between the introduction and first reading, but I have not received any additional feedback since then.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy IKF and IKFR?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy IKF, IKF-R, graduation requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Gaskins?
Like the others, I've received no additional feedback. There were no revisions to the policy, but only to the administrative rule.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments going in? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right. The only thing standing between us and going home is talking about our board goals. And everyone's like, the board goal is?
To go home. No, just kidding.
Okay, so in your packet, we have the former goals and the recommendations based off of notes that were taken at our workshop in December. And so I have lots of notes in front of me. And I received feedback from one board member about these board goals. And so if we just, there's a handful of them. So if we quickly kind of scooch through these. So data-driven accountability. What was in your packet says by June 2027, the board will utilize the semi-annual KPI reporting process to conduct a formal comparative analysis of year-over-year student achievement growth, program effectiveness, and system efficiency. The recommendation that was sent to me really kind of pulls. I need to email these to y'all. These recommendations to y'all. The recommendation that was sent to me was basically taking the previous goal that said by December 2025, the board will implement, and changing it to say by June 2027, the board will sustain and refine the semi-annual reporting process used to monitor key performance indicators. So it's just kind of taking that former goal and making it future.
I agree. I think that reflects the content of our conversation as well.
Okay, so I will email that revision out to the board. Okay, the next one is strategic policy alignment. Since that one was already in the future for 2027, when we talked, we didn't talk about it making any changes to that, so we'll just leave that one. Safe and supportive learning environments. This one right here, the recommendation was by a certain date in 2026, the board will prioritize comprehensive support services to address behavioral challenges, provide targeted resources for both impacted individuals and those exhibiting these behaviors. A recommendation that was sent to me put a date of June 2027, and this also kind of took our previous goal and made it into the future by saying by June 2027, the board will transition the Safe and Supportive Learning Environments report from a discovery tool to a decision-making framework by identifying priority safety challenges and guiding long-term governance actions that support a safe, supportive, and inclusive learning environment for all students and staff. And again, I will put this in writing.
And that one's me. I can just comment on that. I said my reasoning is behavior is a critical component to safe and supporting learning environments, but it's not the entirety of a safe and supportive learning environment. So I didn't love the idea of saying we're not going to focus on any other safety except for behavior.
Mm-hmm. I'll send out that language that Ms. Flashnick was just talking about so y'all can look at that. So for the recommendation that was sent out, Ms. Flashnick had sent something, and you were saying, I was going to ask you about this, by August 2026, we will schedule one community conversation per high school feeder pattern and refine the structure and moderation of those sessions. So are you thinking we'll change our process from how we did it this year?
I don't know. I just went back and listened to what we all said when we talked about it, and those were the words I chose based on what the discussion was. I felt like the one that was in here, well, somebody felt like the one that was in here was highlighted. It was very long. It was like 5 sentences.
I think what you said pretty much encompasses this recommendation. So
it feels like we were wanting to basically kind of formalize and confirm exactly what that structure is going to look like going forward.
So
And that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe streamline how we say it.
Right. Okay. But our goal is by August 2026, we'll have 5 different community conversations scheduled, and we will define what that's going to actually look like. Because I think we all have opinions based off of the 2 we've done so far. 3. I don't know how many have we done? 2, and the third one's going to be on Thursday. Yes, what's been working and what could be changed. So, and then the last one is fiscal stewardship, and the recommendation that came out stated by July 2027, the board will have established a comprehensive 5-year facilities and maintenance plan and will continue to develop a technology and financial plan. The board will review financial instruments to determine future district needs at 5, 10, and 20-year intervals. I had a recommendation that was sent that was very similar to this, just maybe a little more clear, but kind of the same words. So I'll send that to you all, but it's basically saying the same thing. So long story short, yeah, we're close. I'll email y'all these things, and then hopefully by our next meeting we can tie a bow on this and make it look all pretty and done. Any other comments or questions on board goals? Okay, and we already did our legislative update. So we close out January with a community conversations this Thursday, January 29th at River Bluff High School at 6 p.m. We encourage community members to come out and speak with the board. We will have 2 more opportunities to meet with you at White Knoll High School and Lexington Technology Center. The district is hosting its Pathways to Employment Fair that Ms. Price told us about a little while ago on Saturday, February 7th at White Knoll High School beginning at 8 a.m. This year is bigger than ever. We're not just looking for teachers, but for passionate individuals to fill all types of vital roles, including custodial staff, instructional assistants, and more. Spread the word to your family and friends. Lastly, the board will also be attending the South Carolina School Boards Association Annual Convention in Myrtle Beach, February 20th through 22nd. With that, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, before we adjourn, I'd like to take a point of privilege. I'd like to thank all of our principals that were in attendance tonight, our administrators. I know that you have very early days and we've kept you up very late tonight, but we thank you for your attendance and what you do for our children each and every day. It is greatly appreciated. With that, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the meeting is adjourned.